All right, let's try this again, y'all. Come on. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Hopefully it's not this image right here. Let me get the music back playing. Hopefully it's not this image right here. But let's try it again. Let's try it again. Y'all come on up in here. They just flagged my account real quick, so I had to stop the old live and I'm coming back. So hopefully it's not because of this image right here. We're gonna see. If it is, I'll just restart this live again because I want to have the conversation with my people and I want to discuss it. If it is, I'll just restart this live again because I want to have the conversation with my people and I want to discuss is what is the new precedence and what should we be doing. What should we do about this? I mean, should we just allow this to be? We just allow this to be the new precedence right here? I don't know if this image is what's disturbing. It could be. It could be. Real quick, just to get us back to one real quick. Reshare the announcements. Make sure y'all check out the album. Make sure y'all check out the single, Back to Dad.
Kids need their fathers, that's plain to see. Guidance and strength, that's the key. Moms do their best, but guidance and strength, that's the key. Moms do their best, but sometimes it's tough. When dads take the reins, it's more than enough. In the father's care, kids find their stride. Strong role models, nowhere to hide.
Make sure y'all check out 𝗣𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶. Hit that like button. Let's get the likes back up. I apologize for the last live. Get the likes back up.
But sometimes kids need that fatherly guy. Back to dad is what's best for their growth. In his care, they'll thrive, that's my oath.
Back to dad is the best way to go. For the kids in the future, let the love show. Single fathers step up, take the lead. In their hands, children truly succeed.
Dads bring the balance, the strength in the home. Teaching respect, they set the tone. Kids need both parents, but sometimes it's clear. A father's guidance, they need him near. Moms are queens, but dads are kings. In the father's care, kids spread their wings. Confidence
y'all get the likes up. Come on in here and get the likes up.
Dad's direction, they're sure to show. Single fathers, they step up strong, providing the love where kids belong. They're sure to show. Single fathers, they step up strong, providing the love where kids belong. Back to dad for the child's own sake. In his care, there's no heartbreak.
Back to dad, it's the best way to go. For the kids in the future, let the love show. Single fathers step up, take the lead. In their hands, children truly succeed.
Fathers teach lessons from heart to mind, guiding their children with love so kind. From sports to studies, they show the way. In the father's care, kids seize the day. Single moms, you've done your best, but sometimes dads pass the test.
Come on up in here, we gotta talk about it.
In their care, kids find their math. It's not a competition, just what's right for the kids to grow, to reach new heights. Back to dad, it's the way.
Is this the new precedence right here? That's what I want to know.
It's about the children, the future bright. In dad's care, they reach new heights. Back to dad, where love prevails. In his hands, they'll never fail.
Back to dad is the best way to go. For the kids in the future, let the love show. Single fathers step up, take the lead. In their hands, children truly succeed.
Outro bad is the way to thrive. In his care, kids come alive. For the love and the lessons, they need his guide. With dad by the side, they take it in stride.
All right. Let's get back to it, man. Y'all forgive me for the last live. I had to, I said too many things. I used TikTok unfriendly words, and they flagged my account. But I'm back. I want y'all to tap that live, and I want to have the conversation. Let me reiterate what I was talking about in the last live real quick before we get started. If you like the music, y'all go check me out on Too Much Moxie. That's 3 O's, Much Moxie, at Spotify. You can stream me right now. Got a bunch of songs on there. I even got some country songs on there, y'all. I'm very, very, very diverse. But when it comes to this wordplay, I get it in too. If you're looking for music with a real message behind it and you like stuff like that, y'all check me out. Make sure y'all stream me on Spotify. Also, we have our own economic empowerment coin, cryptocurrency called FBA coin. I want y'all to do your due diligence, okay? Support the coin. Read all about it. The white paper, the website is fbacoin.org. Go to fbacoin.org to find out about this economic empowerment coin that we have for the black community, for Foundation of Black Americans. It's totally phenomenal. I'm about to make some changes here in the future because I'm ready to launch this coin for real, y'all. I'm ready to launch this coin for real. We're still trying to raise liquidity for the coin, but I'm ready to launch this coin, y'all. I'm not sure I want to wait. I just want to launch this coin, get this out to the people, and watch our wealth double, triple, and accumulate. Okay. Also, I have an AI automation business. If you guys want to know how to make money using just your cell phone, no code, things like that, but just using AI, I got some things for you that can get you right. So check me out. Send me a DM or something like that. I'll send you a free ebook. You check that out as well. But listen, you guys, lots going on in the news. Many things going on. But let me tell you what really touched my heart. Hearing about this and really trying to understand what's going on in the minds of people. When did we allow this to be okay? When did we glorify this? When did this become okay? Is it just because he was a little special needs black kid that this is okay? Was it because it was coming from a YT woman or someone from the dominant society that this is okay? When did yelling words that are not good and can be considered, I gotta watch my words here, when did using the N to a child be okay? When did that become okay? Thank you. You said it right here. When did that become okay? When did we care about someone who does this to a special needs child and uses uncool words that should never be used to a child? When do we start a GoFundMe for that child? I mean, for that woman? When do we feel sorry for what happens to this woman? Not that we're okay with cancel culture, but when do we even care? Like, is that our problem, to care about her who crashing out her own life? Is that our problem when someone crashes out on camera and says the most horrendous things to a special needs child? When do we care about that? When did we start raising funds for her and forget about the child? When did we start raising funds for her and forget about the child? Are we really moving into a tribal thing happening here in America where it's my tribe versus your tribe? Are we really doing that? Are we really bringing that to America? Are we really operating like that? Is it really cool to do? I mean, think about that. He's a special needs child. No clue what that even means or what's going on. And you want to bring that to that child? You want to say the N something to that child who has no clue how to process what that is? And then you want to then you allow yourself to be recorded and you say it on, you crash out on the camera. What's with all these people crashing out on the camera? Does that have anything to do with Trump? Is that a Trump thing that people just crash out on camera? Is that what it is? What's with this crashing out on camera? The emboldened and the boldness of the dominant society right now. I mean, I'm all for it though. You know, listen, I knew what was going to come with a Trump presidency, but I mean, really? I mean, trust me, I'd rather have you out in the open with your bigotry. I'd rather have you out in the open with your bigotry than behind closed doors. I'd rather have you out in the open than behind closed doors, but is this okay? Is this okay? When is it ever okay to do this to a special needs child and yell out the N something? You're right, they tripping. They really tripping. They really tripping, y'all. They really tripping. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I want to try to have a conversation about this, a level-headed conversation about this from all sides. I want to get all point of views. But I do want to say, shout out to Piers Morgan. Did y'all watch Piers Morgan, Uncut, Uncensored? Did y'all see the 𝗤𝗏 Myron Gaines on Uncensored? Did y'all see the 𝗤𝗏 Myron Gaines sticking up for the dominant society? Did y'all see that? Trying to say he's a black man also, and we know he's not black, right? Y'all know Myron Gaines isn't black, right? Y'all know he's not. He's a 𝗤𝗏. He's a 𝗤𝗏. Myron Gaines, yeah, y'all know who he is. He's a 𝗤𝗏. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see? No, man, you gotta make sure you watch the whole thing, Kingpin. Make sure you watch the whole thing. This brother, Myron Gaines, is ridiculous. I've never seen a mindset like Myron Gaines in that body before. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. But I want to say shout out to Piers Morgan for calling out what it is. Now, I watch Piers Morgan because I like to watch both sides. So I'm the type of person that's going to watch Tucker Carlson. I'm going to watch Piers Morgan. I'm going to watch Candace Owens. I'm going to watch, I want to know what they're thinking. I want to know what they're thinking. So I watch Joe Rogan. I'm plugged into the new black media, 𝗤𝗏cie his𝘁. I'm totally plugged in, but I got to know what's going on the other side too. I got to hear it from both angles. I'm the type of person that's I got to rightly divide truth, and I got to hear the same thing told many different ways, and then I come to my conclusion off that. So that's me. And I want to say shout out to Piers Morgan because, I don't even know if I should really be giving him a shout out, honestly, because I don't know if this is a way. It's almost like when Metcalf's father denounced white supremacy, which was a good thing. It's almost like is this performative? Look at that. We got a suspected white supremacist here in the chat. No, I'm saying the dominant society because you are the bigger, right? You're the majority, right? You're the majority here in the U.S. right now, right? So that's what I mean when I say dominant. But it can mean whatever you want it to mean, sir. It can mean whatever you want it to mean. But Piers Morgan, man, was calling it out. Did y'all see him when he called out the owner of 𝗤𝗏_Fund? Did y'all hear him when he called out the Christian owner of 𝗤𝗏_Fund who was making excuses for allowing this woman to raise money on his platform? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see Piers Morgan go in on the owner of 𝗤𝗏_Fund for allowing this woman to, oh yeah, you got to watch it, man. You got to watch the whole thing. Don't just watch the clip. A lot of times people just watch the clip and they run with the clip. Watch it in its entirety, man. It was good. It was good. It was real good. I mean, one woman up there, she just said, I don't want to be around black people, period. She said, I don't want to be around black people. Black people are criminals and we're this and we're that. I mean, she was just, I mean, let me tell you something, man. Trump America is you know, I'm not, put it this way, I'm not complaining. Thank you for sharing the live. Appreciate it. Share the live, share the live, share the live. Get this live out. Get the likes up also. But I'm not complaining, man, because listen, I don't want no closet. I want everybody out the closet. If you part of the LGBTQ, come out the closet already. We're in 2025. Be you. Be who you are. Okay? Don't hide. If you got bigotry in your heart, don't hide. Come out the closet already. Be who you are. We're in 2025. And guess what? We're going to respect that that's who you are. Right? I didn't like really the whole democratic rule or democratic reign. You know, I didn't like that because it was too many people in the closet. Too many people were worried about what somebody else is going to think of them. It was too many people in the closet. Too many people were worried about what somebody else is going to think of them, and they won't say what's really on their heart. But now that Trump is in power, it seems like people are just they don't care anymore, which is cool. Let me know who you are. I want you to be you to the 10th power. Okay? I want you to be you to the 10th power. I don't want you hiding behind nothing. I want you being you, being the bold you. And if you feel empowered, that Trump is in power, and you feel like you can be a bigot now, you can take man, go right ahead. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. Yeah, I'm like, when they show who they are, they act accordingly. When is this the new precedence, y'all? This is what I want to know. Is this the new precedence right here? When did this become okay? For anybody. If the roles were reversed, would that be okay? If this was a black woman and a YT special needs child, would that be okay? When is this okay? To yell and say some crazy things to a special needs child. When is that okay? That's all I want to know. If somebody can tell me that, we might be able to have the conversation. Because I don't understand. I don't understand what's coming of it. I thought we were standing on business with Carmelo Anthony. We were just making for sure that brother gets a fair trial and don't get railroaded. And we all still waiting for the facts to come out, and we're saying innocent till proven guilty, right? We're following the law. We're saying due process. Let me get my Wi-Fi on real quick, you guys. Hold on. I forgot to turn my Wi-Fi on. All right, there we go. Get my Wi-Fi on real quick, you guys. Hold on. I forgot to turn my Wi-Fi on. All right, there we go. My Wi-Fi on. Go. Shouldn't be too unstable. Okay, special needs I see, but race has nothing to do with it. Only racists would. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Do y'all know about the woman? Y'all know her name? Is her name Shiloh or something? What's that woman's name? Anybody know the woman's name? I mean, let me just look it up real quick. I can look it up. We got the, we like to fact check up in here and get everything right. Let me look up this woman's name real quick. Jesus Christ. When is it okay? When is it okay for someone to yell in something at a child and say stop acting like an N? Her name is Hendrix. Is it Hendrix? I don't know. Let me see. Let me Google it real quick. Let me just Google it real quick. Let me Google it. Shiloh. Yeah, Shiloh. So I knew it was Shiloh. I knew it was Shiloh something. Yeah, Shiloh Hendrix. This girl, Shiloh Hendrix, they raised over $600,000 for this woman, claiming that her life was over. She's not going to be able to find a job. She got kids to feed. All that stuff. And she did this to a child. To a special needs child. And they were, and listen, Go Send Fun had to shut the comments off because they were like, I mean, the white supremacists was getting emboldened. They were like, man, this is for Metcalf. This is for Carmelo Anthony. We gonna, you know, they brought another situation into this situation because they were mad at one situation. It's crazy, y'all. It's crazy. Shiloh Hendrix. Yeah, this lady, Shiloh Hendrix. Jesus. When is this cool? When do we condone this in America? When do we condone this? But I got some ideas about this, man. I really kind of almost think this is a psyop. I almost want to say this is a psyop, y'all, because this is unbelievable. I almost want to say this was staged. If I'm being honest, I almost want to say this was a psyop. I almost want to say this is a psyop. I almost want to say this is a psyop. Because my question is, where were the parents of this special needs boy at? And I don't even think the special needs boy was a foundational black American, to be honest, because if he was an FBA parent, you know, we don't take that. And the only person that was recording was I think they're saying he was Somalian. I'm not sure. They're saying he was Somalian. And he was recording this woman, and she was spitting all types of bigotry back into the camera. Right? Just crashing out. And she walked away. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Does that sound like something that we would let? Does that sound like something that we would let slide? I don't think so. Not without some hands and some feet. I mean, we can't let that. I mean, you say that to listen, special needs, it's going down. It's going down. If I witness something like that, oh my. And don't let it be an FBA woman. Don't let an FBA woman be around and hear you say that to a child like that. They gonna dang near lose their mind. I'm surprised that woman was able to walk off. Now understand this happened I think it's happened in Minnesota. It happened in Minnesota. A lot of tethers in Minnesota. We know there's a lot of tethers in Minnesota. A lot of them. And we couldn't, good job, Ron. Thank you, Ron, for that. Appreciate it. We can't have all that. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. If there was some FBAs around and you did that to one of our children, it's just not going to be good. I'm just saying like that. It's not going to be good. We're not going to accept that. It's not, I'll be danged if I had a special needs child and somebody did that to my child and I found out, or I was in vicinity. That's kind of why I think it's a psyop, y'all. I really do. I kind of think it's a psyop. We never really see the kid. We never really see the video before that. We just see what happened. And the next thing you know, this woman got over $600,000 in her account. It seems like overnight. But what I'm trying to figure out, is this the new precedence right here? Is this what we're doing? Is this how you get a win? Think about it. If you're part of the dominant society and you have a higher IQ, okay, you have this high IQ. Is this really how you get a win? Is this really how you get a win?
Yeah.
Is this like Daniel Penny all over again? This Daniel Penny and Jordan Neely, but the woman version? Why would you be a woman and you would want to say these things to a child? I got to be real careful how I speak. Is that what we're doing? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is that what we're doing, y'all? Ooh, fire. Fire, fire. Is that what we're doing, y'all? When did this become cool? Where were the parents, is what I want to know, of this child? And I honestly believe he wasn't there. This child could not have been FBA. I don't know if this child was on a field trip playing at the park. I don't know. I need to find out some more information. But they raised $500,000, and the goal is to give this woman $1 million for saying this to a special needs black kid. Think about that, y'all. Just think about that. Is this what the dominant society, is this what a win looks like for you guys? I just want to know, is this what a win looks like for you guys? Let me bring up my sister right here. Let me bring her up. Is this what a win looks like for you guys? Is this what a win looks like? What's up, Monique?
How's it going? So, I live in Minnesota.
Say again?
I live in Minnesota.
Oh, you live in Minnesota. So this wasn't a Foundation of Black American kid, right?
It appears he was not. It appears he was Somali.
He can't be. He can't be, right? Because it's a Somalian that was doing the recording.
So, no, yeah, it was a Somali that was doing the recording. But I think that we have a very large Somali population here. And even though that place is only like 2 hours away, hour and a half, something like that away, in Rochester, Minnesota,
Okay.
the population up here is vast. So I believe the child was also. Do you have the actual video from the man?
I can bring it up, but I can't play it on here.
Right. I was gonna say I'll send it to you.
Okay.
But yeah. No, I don't have the video of him talking to the woman, but I do have him saying that I was the one that recorded.
Right. Okay. So you did another video.
No, people saying that he was the one that recorded, and he's getting hate, messages, and he's doxxed, and he got
So they doxed him too. They doxed him too.
They doxed him and sending him all kind of threats, and that what else is oh, and he also has he said his youngest child is on the spectrum. I'm assuming that was his child.
It has to be, right? But why would you handle it like that? Why would you let her just walk away like that? Why would you let that even? How could you let that even go on?
I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking was, but I know, they do that. Like, they definitely supply them with a lot of money. Now, remember 5 years ago, it's coming up 5 years ago, just the end of this month, maybe 3 weeks, was George Floyd. That was also here. They put so much money together for all of their defense. And then before that was Philando Castile.
Philando Castile, come on. That was a good brother right there, trying to do right.
Yep. So, and they again, he got his kilo got off. His that dude got off.
Yeah, he got off.
He did. And there's been several of them. So that's just the way these people operate. Mind you, probably 10 years ago, at the Mall of America, there was a young man that was suffering from some kind of mental break, and he threw a 3-year-old off the 3rd floor. He lived, but his family made millions of dollars. Like he lived in, I think he's like pretty much okay. I don't think too much was going on. He's like 3 or 4 years old. And his family received millions.
They raised money for the guy that threw the. Are you kidding
Nope,
me?
nope, because he was black. The victim was YT.
Okay, why would he do that?
Well, I think he had some kind of mental illness.
Wow.
Yeah. So his family raised, they gave them millions, but all kinds of stuff happens to our kids. They don't, that's never the case. Now, my thing is, I was going to make a stitch on that video. It's crazy because I'm streaming the news right now, and what's on the TV is
what we're talking
the
about.
story. Yep. I was just going to do a stitch. Like, yep, let them keep raising that money. And then he needs to turn around and sue her.
And get that money right back.
Get it all of it. Get all of it.
Listen, this is probably the first time y'all gonna hear me side with the non the tether. He might not be a tether.
I know they usually stand on business for their culture. Like they have 2 malls here, in Minneapolis even. Like they have like just land, and like they do what they do here, big time. And they are definitely united. That's why this is the biggest population outside of Mogadishu.
So I'm gonna need that man to sue. I'm gonna need that man to get that money back. That's the first time. I mean, listen. At the end of the day, right is right, and wrong is wrong. This should never happen. We should never allow them to get away with this. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but I got a heart too. I really got a heart, and I don't want to see no kid go through that.
No.
I don't want to see no kid or no parent go through that. This is what happens when y'all come to America, y'all.
Oh yeah, because of course they don't see culture difference.
Yeah, this is what happens. That sometimes you got to get that Negro wake up call. You got to find out. You got to mess around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want you here either.
Not at all. Oh, they get it. Bad.
Oh, they don't want you here either.
This is definitely like the culture for that division up here. This is so Minnesota. That's Minnesota nice. That right there is Minnesota nice. They are, it's so subtle and behind your back. And she must have not. So she didn't think he was going to do anything at all. That's why she felt so free to say it. Now, mind you, because they have a very bad reputation here. If there were more than him there, it wouldn't happen. She wouldn't have said it.
She wouldn't have said it. Okay.
Oh no, because there's second, third generation of children here have a very bad rap. Like they probably are the killboys. Like
they about it out there.
Yeah.
They about it. Them Somalians get to tearing up stuff when they want to.
I'm talking about they close. I'm not laughing. I'm coughing. They closed down a 3,000 person or 3,000 unit complex because of all the violence and drugs from the community being majority Somali. Like that's been around for 75 years.
I don't want to hear nobody talk about black people and their crime.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear nobody talk about us when you got a whole Somalian gang running the state right now.
Pretty much. Oh, and if you like Google feeding our starving children fraud, it's like $40 million. Maybe even more, maybe 400 million or something. Just ridiculous amount of money. And they are the people that were charged with the crime.
Wow.
They have a very, very bad reputation here.
I'm just shocked that dude was, if that was his child, that he was able to film that and not put feet in the hands on that woman.
You know how they.
I know if it was. Listen, this one thing I love about us. We don't need numbers. It just has to be one, and we don't turn all the way up.
Yep.
You say
Yeah.
something slick, disrespectful, and think you're going to get away with just one of us.
Mm-hmm.
It's going down. We don't need the crowd to feel emboldened. We just get it. We just get it how we get it right then and there. We're gonna address the situation here and now.
Yep. And that's why I think she said it. He was by himself, and they got, they are, I don't even have another word, but trained to respond to them, in a inferior manner.
Mm, mm, mm. Wow. Stop acting like it ends something to the child. That's what she told the child. That's crazy. That's just crazy.
Yes, said she took something out of her bag or her diaper bag or stole her kid's toy or something like that.
What's she having a diaper bag?
It was a toy or something that the child supposedly had taken.
Mm.
It was either out from her, like around her bag or in her bag or something, she claimed. Later, much later.
That's right. She did have a toy on her.
Yeah.
Mental health is real. Mental health is real.
It is. It is. Yeah.
It's a serious thing.
So I don't know if she got on and said that, I'm getting threats and I need to move and for the safety of my family.
Supposedly, her GoFund fund or the GoFund Sin doesn't say anything about her using that. Supposedly, her GoSend fund doesn't. I had a call. Forgive me. Supposedly, her GoSend fund doesn't mention anything about what she did.
Of course, I'm not even gonna go to it. I'm not even gonna give it any traction.
Yeah. I mean, her GoSend fund supposedly doesn't say nothing about what she did. It's just showing her as the victim.
Right.
Oh, somebody videotaped me. My life is ruined. It's over now. Oh my God, what's going on? How am I going to get a job now? They dox me.
Right.
Yep. Now she's having
Yep.
she's smoking it all up now. I guarantee it. She's smoking it up now. She's like, oh,
She probably is.
1,000. We's rich now. Oh, she is smoking that up.
She probably is. It's bad down there too. I mean, it's bad up here, but yeah, they don't have nothing else to do. It's a really small city. If you don't work for the Mayo Clinic, you pretty much, you're working up minimum.
Hold on. Let me bring up your dad's uncle up in here, man. Hold on. I need to hear this. I need to hear this. I need to make sure you're not a troll. You can come up here.
Who's this? She is a victim.
Yeah. Your dad's uncle. Come on up here. I want to make sure you're not a troll. Come on up here. On the work site. You ain't got no job, man. Stop acting like you got a job, man. If you're on the East Coast, it's too late. If you're on the West Coast, it's too late to be working, brother. Stop acting like you on the job, man. You on the site. What do you do? Are you a caregiver? Are you a caregiver? You mean you on site? If you're a caregiver, you can hop on. Go get that old woman her medicine and come back on. I work the third shift on the subway system. What makes you think so? But you got time to be on TikTok and type, but you at work. What makes you think she's the victim, sir? And why are we cruel as people? Answer me that. Why are we cruel and that lady the victim? Did you watch Pierce Morgan, Monique? Did you watch Pierce Morgan?
Nope, I didn't.
Go check it out.
Okay. So, Jambra said,
Go check it out.
okay. Wait a minute. So it could have been because she had a baby Now let the African slide. I'd like to hear more on that one. What they're talking about.
When did this become okay though? You telling me this is okay? Always okay.
Sorry.
She should be held accountable, but to relish in someone losing their job is not nice.
Who said anything about her losing her job? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, if she got exposed and her job fired her because of her behavior, that has nothing to do with anything. That's her company's policy.
Right.
He didn't report it to her company. If you know what I mean, he
I
exposed
see
her for
I see a
her.
lot of people using this as a way to distance themselves, to show they're distancing themselves from white
No,
supremacy.
no one says she should lose her job. Says she may be on there as claiming to be a victim and lost her job. You know, because she was exposed, and she has gains from being a predator.
Are we saying that it's okay that anybody listen? I was talking to one of my brothers who happened to be YT, and I know he was joking. But he said, "Man, maybe I need to do something like that so I can get a little money." Is that the precedent that we're setting now?
I'm telling you, I would be afraid though. Be like, if you could live to tell about it, bro.
Man, is that the precedent that we're setting now, where we can say effed up things to children, and we got a
Es-
bag on us, we got some money?
Especially, I mean, come on, this is a child that's 5 years old and a special needs child at that. Sometimes they don't know what they're doing. You know, and he said his child need to be outside every day. Oh, you know what? It must be his child. I'm going to send you this video. He said his child needs to be outside every day. So what is he supposed to do?
Well,
The-
you definitely need to watch your kids. That's what you definitely need to do. That's number one. But still, I don't care. Once you realize that's a special needs child, that's not the way you respond. That's not the way you respond.
Absolutely not. I mean, okay. So I don't know, 4 or 5 years old. Either way, you're not gonna talk to them like that. And you're not gonna say, "You're like, excuse me, can you put that down? That's my baby's toy or whatever. That's his. Thank you. You know what I mean, or something like that. You don't. Hey, you put that down, you little."
It's still a kid. A child is a child is a child. Now I get it. Parents need to watch your children. You need to watch them. Make sure they don't do stuff they're not supposed to do. Make sure they don't go mess with kids who are younger than them, especially if they're special needs and don't know how to play fight or whatever. You know, you need to make sure that you watch your kids. But you definitely don't call no kid a child the N word. Don't do that. What's up, EMS? EMS.
Hey there. I actually have to sign off real quick. Maybe I'll be back later. Fun topic, though. Good evening.
Good evening.
Your fan club.
So yeah, that's what we're saying. Your dad's uncle is. You don't talk to any kid like that, especially not your child. You know what I'm saying? I mean, especially that's not your child. You want to talk to your child like that? Do it in your house. You know, whatever.
First of
But
all, I'm gonna say it like this: calling somebody the N word, a child, that's not a mistake.
abs- no, that was a mistake.
That's a habit.
I mean, using that word toward anyone that is
That's a thought process.
is wrong.
That's the way
Excuse
your
me.
mind works. If you think calling somebody the N word is ever okay, especially to a child, when you get emotional upset, that's just the real you coming out. You ain't been living your true you ain't been living your true self. You ain't been being true to yourself. That woman was being true to herself, and she got indignant, and she got exposed, and she forgot. that there's consequences for that.
I mean, she went further. It was not a mistake because she went further. He said to me, and she did, and she did.
And she did.
So if she loses her job for conduct unbecoming, a conduct that is not in line with their core values, or however they be wording it when you get
Why you putting the
exposed,
cape on? Your dad's uncle. Why you putting the cape on? Why you putting the cape on? That's what
probably
I
his
want.
cup of tea.
You obviously not FBA. That I don't believe.
It might be just his cup of tea, his preference.
Hmm. Are you sleeping with the snow bunny? Are you sleeping with a snow bunny? Wait. Don't make me call Dr. Umar on you. You know you're a Pan African king right there. Don't make me call the Pan African king on you. Don't make me call the Pan. Don't make me call Dr. Umar on you. This is crazy.
Yeah, what would Dr. Umar say to you for defending her actions?
Your Pan African prince right there. You know that's y'all leader, Dr. Umar. Don't make me call Dr. Umar on you. What would he say if he hear you do that? Forget about me. Dr. Umar gonna get you.
I'm gonna have to reach out to. I have a couple friends that live. Well, there are a couple friends that live in that area. I'm gonna have to reach out to them and say, y'all ready? Because it's gonna be a riot.
Is
I
it
say it's gonna at least be a protest. It's gonna be
really?
these.
Keep me plugged in. What's going on out there? I want to know. Matter of fact, bring your camera and film.
Yep.
How many days ago was this?
I believe it was less than a week ago. I've seen it on TikTok before I seen it on the news.
It take them that long to get on the streets? It
Yep.
take them that long?
Yep.
We'd have been
It
on the
wasn't
streets
newsworthy until it gained traction on social media.
on social media. Oh, we would have been on the streets for that. You don't take this long at all. Wow.
Or he said, address his stance instead of trying to be slick with your words.
Why? Because you like the snow bunny. Just admit it. What's slick about that, brother? If you like snow bunnies, you like snow bunnies. The Pan African Prince is going to get you, Dr. Umar. You know the real Candy Man when he shows up in the mirror. No bunnies, never. That's what's really going to happen. Dr. Umar gonna get you, brother. He gonna get you for your stance, the way you talking right now. Y'all know the African diaspora is supposed to be connected. Now, FBA, we done took ourselves out of the African diaspora, but you obviously are part of the African diaspora, right? So you're supposed to ride with your people, right? If you're African and if you're not trolling. I can't believe you're melanated or black, even though that's what your picture looks like. Let me see how many. Let me see how many people you have in this account. Okay, you have an account. 128, 41 followers, but you're following 100. Maybe it is a troll account. Maybe it is a troll account. Maybe it is a troll account.
Whose account you looking at?
Your dad's uncle.
I see you got 1,200 followers and following 41.
Oh, he's following 41.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it's not a troll account. Maybe that's his real account. Did he have any pictures on there? Did he have anything on his profile? Yeah, we gotta check you out, brother. We gotta check you out. Make sure you a real person because you seem like a troll. You have anybody on the profile?
No videos on his profile at all. I don't know. If you in the area, your dad's uncle, maybe you should show yourself and go be on. Try to be on her line of defense. See how that works for you.
Yeah, I want to see how that works. Can you say it with your chest out that you really feel sympathy for this woman?
Report
Pierce
back.
Morgan was standing on business. I'm shocked. I was shocked that Pierce Morgan was standing on business.
Yeah. What he
I've
said?
never seen. He was like, man, he was calling it out. He was like, that's. I can't use the words on here, but he was like, he wasn't saying bigot. He wasn't calling the woman a bigot. He was calling the woman the R word, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was calling the woman out. He was calling Myron Gaines out, and he was calling the dude from Go Send Fund out. He said, "You're a Christian, and you allow this woman to raise money on your platform." Oh, but we're about protecting the children. He said, "How are you protecting the children? You won't let anybody who's pro-abortion raise money on your site, but you'll let somebody call a kid the N-word on your man." Oh, there we go. Your dad's uncle. Come on up, brother. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up, brother. Oh, he went down.
Oh, that was when he didn't really mean. He didn't mean it.
He
He
didn't
didn't.
really mean it. You should have let yourself come up, brother. You should have let yourself come up. Brother, if you can type, you can talk. If you can type, you can talk. No,
Oh,
no.
he was typing and pressed the request button. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah.
just
But I'm still gonna say, when did this become the precedence right here? When are we allowing this to happen? Ever. To a children. Whether it's an African child, whether it's a Caribbean child, whether it's a foundational Black American child. When are we allowing this to happen? In what world? In what universe is this possible? And we raised 600,000 for this woman. You can't imagine that I went to go hit the type box and hit the request literally right next to it. By okay, it happens, man. It happens.
yeah, to typing on comments. But while you were typing, that
Yeah,
was what I was
you could have came up. You could at least said something. At least let us know you got a deep voice. It ain't like.
doing.
At least let us know you got a deep voice, bro. You could at least done that. Too many of these, these people be Twitter fingers banging on here. The internet is a safe haven for trolls, if you ask me.
And if she would have called him the R word instead of the N word, none she would have nothing. She would have been under the ground. She
Really?
would, yeah. But I'm gonna praise you for saying the N word, but bet not nobody say the R word. Bet not.
Right. And suppose somebody said she was a liberal, sir. I have been polite so far. Okay, but it's ironic you would be talking about deep voice. Maybe because I have a deep voice. I don't know. Maybe most men, if you have this masculine voice, right? I hope you're not coming up here sounding sassy. We don't want that. If you sounding sassy, just stay in the comments, bro. If you sound a little moist, we got to keep you in the comments. We want to have grown men conversations. All I'm saying. But you've been polite, man. I'm not getting on you too much, man. I'm just, it's behooves me.
Wait, hold on. I got
What happened?
the whole
Are you watching the news right now? What they saying?
Yeah, the
What they saying on the news about it?
oh gosh, let me see.
Go check it out. Go check it out and report. Let us know what's going on. I gotta get to this thing.
Okay. All right, that's what you said.
Before admitting to using the racial slur against that child.
Yeah, is that little child?
He acts like one. Since that encounter, Omar says he's received death threats and had to leave his home after his personal information was leaked.
My life has been turned upside down.
Omar says he's frustrated that's happening to him while the woman in the video is profiting. The woman named 𝗖𝗄𝘁 started the fundraiser to protect her family. She's raised more than $700,000.
700 now.
The city's anger turned into action.
We will never stop being an inclusive community because of a few sourpusses in our community.
At a community meeting hosted by the Rochester branch of the NAACP.
So we are demanding accountability. We're demanding charges.
Sending a clear message that hate will not go unchecked.
At the end of the day, these kids is our future. And if we don't stir them in the right direction, they're going to be sitting in the same seat that we sitting in right now.
Rochester Police have concluded the investigation and have forwarded the case to the city's attorney's office. In Rochester, 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie News.
Here tonight, police say they know who's behind part of the surge of deadly violence in Minneapolis. We've already told you about James Wortley. He is charged in the most deadly of the shootings, which happened last week.
You see, we even have a Somali anchor, a
Man.
news reporter.
Yeah, they ain't gonna let that slide. Not
No.
over in Somaliland. No, they're not gonna let that slide. No, they're not. No, they are not. We
Now
talking
they're
about
on down there in the actual city. They're on it. So there's a Center for Islamic Culture. So that they were part of that panel that I was too late to catch. So yeah, it's gonna be big. So I expect before the weekend there's gonna be massive protests.
we're gonna see. I hope so. So we're talking about you know about Shiloh Hendricks, Alfonso?
No, it's the first I heard of her. When you start talking about Samal, I thought you was talking about the young girl that they talking about that's in Congress. That's what I was thinking about. No,
That young girl that what?
there was a congressman or the young lady they talking about taking her down, removing her.
They need to. They need to. Because anybody that sits there and tells you that they got allegiance to another country besides this country, that's a problem.
Well, they allow her to do it. She become a senator. Basically, what happened is they brought a whole lot of people and let them come in one area of the country, and they got into that, establishing that country, and elected who they wanted to, and they got that certain mindset. And it's certain things that happen in Texas too. They trying to bring on.
Didn't she marry her brother for citizenship?
That's what they say. Allegedly, that's what they're saying. They're not gonna do anything to her.
You talking about Ilan?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not gonna do nothing to her.
Who was
I believe
also
when I see it. She's a part of the group. She's part of the group. Until they do something, start prosecuting these congressmen and senators, I won't believe it.
They need to deport that woman. That woman need to go back home. Okay. Any woman that sits there and tells us
She feel that the West destroyed her country. That's basically
yeah. And why is she in our politics?
Huh?
Why the heck did we allow this woman to
I
get into our
think she
politics?
did a lot. So you remember they finding all that missing money in Doge? I think a lot of them converted that money, these politicians, to various agendas that they wanted. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of that money ended up over there. It would shock me if they investigated it.
I mean, look at Tim Walton.
According to the Doge.
Governor over there. You know, I don't believe that dude.
Who, sir?
Tim Walton. Ain't he the governor over there? I don't believe that dude. I don't believe that dude for nothing.
Oh, Tim Walz?
Yeah.
You know all these people are Minnesota, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
All
so
the
yeah,
people
that's
what?
exactly how she Ilan was on the city council and then went to Senate and then Congress from there.
So you think a lot of them been bought off?
Huh?
You trying to say a lot of them you think been bought off?
Bought off. No, I'm
Corrupt.
saying she got in because the area she started representing was where that building was. I was telling you, with the whole area. They call it here the Somalia.
Man, the whole Democratic Party got paid. Is being bought off. The
George, yep.
whole Democratic Party. What do you mean that they get? Heck yeah, they've been getting kickbacks forever. If it wasn't for, I know
I
people
think
don't
it's
like
both
people like
parties,
us.
but right now, within the
Yeah,
last
it's both
4
parties,
years,
but for right now,
for the
they've been
last 4
abusing.
years, they found out it's like they expedited what they were doing. Corruption has just been extradited 4 or 5 times because the president wasn't in his right mind. He was being
Man,
controlled by other people.
they took advantage of Biden, man.
Yeah.
And if you ask me, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that Biden is really that far gone. I think it's all a pretend because he knew he was gonna go. He knew he was gonna go. He
I
knew
think
if he had a sound mind, they was gonna try to put that brother behind bars. He's gonna be the first president they're gonna try to put behind bars. But some of the stuff he was doing, now maybe he a little senile, but he's not as senile as we all think.
Can I talk? Can I make a comment, sir?
Go ahead.
I think the first couple of years he was okay. And the second, third, fourth year, I think he had Alzheimer's. And I told my friends that, and they said, "You crazy." And they knew he was going that way. That's why they put him in there. They allowed him to get in a position of authority so they could control him. And that's my opinion. And another opinion is I think somebody else was controlling him, and they kept saying one individual of a great power that were going in and out of the White House, and no names called because I don't want to get in trouble.
I think that's the role.
We know who it is. We know you want to say Obama.
No, I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna laugh about that one.
We know what you want to say. Or the Clintons. It's one of them. It's all of them.
I think it's a bunch of them controlling them.
I think that's the position. The position is. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Monique. Go ahead.
I think the position is to be a puppeteer, to be the puppet, and the people are not the ones that it's supposed to be for the people. It's not us, the people. It's the small group of people.
What do you call it, the elites, Illuminati, or what we call?
I'm talking about the lobbyists and the special interest groups. That's who controls the country.
Well, they saying until he could be doing all the good he want right now until they put legislation in place. Once he leave office, what good he's doing? What they saying about the devil? Once you clean the house out of when people demon possessed, they say this country is so corrupt. You clean the house out. If you don't make provisions to keep the devil out, he'll come back 7 times stronger.
He'll come back 7 times stronger. Yeah, that's
if our government, if our president, he don't put things in place to keep the devil out, they're gonna come back 7 times stronger.
I think he's trying to. I think he's trying to put something in place so that can't happen. I think he's trying to. I don't know if he's going to be able to, but I definitely think that's something that they're trying because now that the Republicans are in, they're not trying to get back out. First of all, they know that the Democrats are cooked right now. They don't really have nobody that they can really run that the people really going to rock with or trust right now. I mean, the only thing they can do is point out racism and make that be the biggest thing on that side, which it is. Republican Party has always had that stigma, and it's a reality. But as a foundation of Black American, that ain't never bothered me. I'd rather know my enemy than worry about the one that's hiding from me all the time.
Well, I think the first thing they need to do, limit the terms of the senators and congressmen to so many years.
Yes, indeed.
Eliminate money from lobbyists. Do like they do in the military. Yes, they give you a place to stay, give you food, water, and all that stuff. Say, hey, here's a facility for you to live at on, and you don't want to live here, you pay it out of your pocket. We'll give you a percentage. Also, if I heard this, I don't know. It was saying that these congressmen and senators, the governor could call them back to the state, and they could do that. And they say, hey, instead of coming to the White House, because they got too much power going to the federal government. I heard a guy say this. I don't know, you guys. I'm throwing out there. You say yes or no. Oh, the lady's gone. She gone. You can take the state. You can say, okay, you guys, my senator and my congressman, you're supposed to stay in my state. You only go to Congress when you got to. Other than that, you can Zoom, or you can what do you call it?
Zoom meeting, yeah, Zoom.
You have Zoom meetings, and you can vote on that stuff. Because right now, I think what they're doing, they're accumulating wealth, and they got houses all over the country. The native state, and in D.C., Maryland area, and they're just networking to find ways to steal money from the people, and that's why all these what they call it, NGOs, they're created by these politicians, and they put their family and friends in those positions, and they're finding ways to steal money.
Yes,
and they can send that money to whatever agenda they want, and they can what they call it. I call them soft names like environmental friendliness, welfare. I'm just making up my name for whatever benefit they want to steal the money.
USA.
Yep. Then they talking about all these presidents getting all this. They created something they found out was going to what is it called? Man, I can't remember. Basically, these politicians, not only politicians, the presidents were getting money, getting kickbacks, not thousands but millions of dollars from some kind of NGOs, and pass legislation where you get any donation you get from the American people goes right back into the pot. They don't get a dime. But now what they're doing, they can legally steal the money some kind of way. Remember when AOC got caught? Didn't hear any more about it. If they start criticizing the Vice President Pence, saying he got money, they look at the history of how he became a politician. He's no different. All of them are the same. He didn't really have a job. He got into politics. He got a lot of money. He took that money legally, however you can get it, and he paid all his bills off. He's debt free. He never really had a job. He's not the only one like that. Obama, you look at a lot of these politicians, they never had a job. They never had a real job like the common people.
You know, I noticed that. You know what job a lot of these politicians have?
A lot of them were like organizers, like me.
Are you ready for the job that a lot of these politicians had before they became politicians?
I'm listening.
Substitute teacher.
You serious?
Substitute
teacher.
Substitute teacher.
So Obama was a substitute teacher?
I don't know if Obama was a substitute teacher, but I know I had a few substitute teachers that went into politics that I personally went to school with, and they were a substitute teacher in my class, and next thing you know, now they're politicians.
Well, a lot of times they get in like the state or the federal government some kind of way, or they volunteer.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, there's a pathway for that. There's a pathway for that. You start out as a community activist first, right? You start out being an assistant of a congressman or a senator or a representative or somebody in state, right? You start out that way. You start out working on bills and budgets and things like that. You start out. And the next thing you know, they identify you as someone that they can trust, meaning you're gonna keep your mouth shut. Mm-hmm. And then they have that little secret meeting, and they say, "Okay, it's a go time. We're gonna run you." Mm-hmm. And then,
so what do you think they need to do to improve the government, to control the corruption?
I think we're on I mean, that's not the topic, but I'll entertain that. I want to go back to the topic. I'll entertain that. We definitely got to cut the term limits. Definitely have career criminals in office where they can just run, and rack up all these retirements. There should only be one retirement. You should not be able to rack up more than one retirement because you kept running. You should not have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 retirements. I thought,
okay, Can you explain that, please? Because if you stay in there for 20 years, you got one retirement anyway. I thought because if
No,
you're a federal employee, you put your money in the TSP.
Listen. If you run one term,
okay,
that's retirement. If you run 2 terms, that's another retirement. You didn't know that?
No, I thought it was one big pot.
No,
like a federal employee.
They're not treated like federal employees. The people run the president. If you get 2 terms, that's 2 retirements.
Mm.
Oh yeah, they got to cap that. That's insane. I don't know, and who's going to change it when they're the one that make the laws?
Well, like I said, if they don't make an effort, I'm gonna help the people. If he don't say, Congress, y'all need to do certain things like term limits, he's just another part of the problem.
He got to. Well, here's the thing. You got to. Let's be real. If we're really gonna be real, the only thing we can do is destroy and start something new. That's the only way we can really get it right.
Well, right now he's destroying a lot of the what do you call it? The bureaucrats, all that money. Even you come to find out if there's not fake news, a lot of these news stations were getting money from the taxpayers. The NPR News, PBS, that's CBS, CNN, getting money. The money's being directed to them. And if you think about it, Facebook was getting they were talking about Facebook at one time was getting some kind of funding to get established. A lot of companies got established from some subsidies from the government. So if you look at Elon Musk, I like some of the good things he did, but he got started with money from the government. So a lot of these companies have, and they forget about it, how they established themselves. You know how these companies got started. Look at the AT&T, and remember when I'm 50. I ain't want to say it. I'm 59 years old, but
I'm about to be 45 on the 13th, brother. I'll be 45.
What?
I'll be 45 on the 13th.
Happy birthday, man. We had one telephone company, AT&T, and they split it. Say it's a monopoly.
Remember Pac Bell?
Yep. They split those companies because they got too powerful. They said they let these banks do the same thing, and they buying up other banks.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's what we found out the other day. Did you know that? Do you know about fractional banking? Do you know about that?
Very little.
Okay, fractional banking is kind of like let me try to get my best definition of it. Where banks have to have so much in reserves before they can lend out money.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I heard that.
At least up to 25% they have to have on hand in the bank before they can lend money out. So whatever money they lend out, they got to have at least 25% of it in cash in the bank. Can you imagine now since 2020, post COVID or during COVID, the banks were able to have zero cash on hand in their reserves, and they can lend out everything. So that means you go put your $1,000 in the bank, that bank's already going to lend out 900 of that. You know that, right? So you really don't have any money in the bank because the bank lent it all out already.
I forgot who it was, but there was somebody, one of these rappers or whatever, was trying to go get like 30 million out the bank or whatever. It may not even been 30 million, it may have been 30,000. I don't know. But they went to there and they told them they didn't have it, they had to order it. And he said, "What do you mean? I put my money in the bank." I said, "They didn't have it." I have to look it up, see who it was and how much it was.
Yeah, look it up real quick. But that's essentially true.
Yep.
They didn't have that money.
I know. That's why you see the whatchamacallit trucks go up here. The money trucks go in every day picking up, and they take it to the reserve. They pick up from the reserve to replenish what was picked up and destroyed. They don't pass it all along.
Well, if you look
So
at the banks now, a lot of them, I don't know where you guys are at. I'm in North Carolina. And my dad had Bank of America. He said they should start shutting them down where he's from, Monroe area, Monroe, North Carolina. And he said, he called me, he said, sir,
remember what happened to Bank of America? Y'all remember that just happened like recently, like maybe like last year. People try to go pull their money out the bank. They said, and it showed that they had zero balance in their account, and the bank said it was a bank error, and nobody could pull their money out the ATM, and nobody could pull their money out the bank because they kept showing a zero balance. And dude was like, "It's the first. I just got paid. How you not have my money in the bank account? Retirement account, zero balance." And they called it a bank error. Then all of a sudden, they found a way and they got it fixed.
ooh, well, I know he telling me stuff. My dad, he said they start shutting the banks down in the Monroe area and some of the other cities. So, I mean, I don't know if you heard of what's that? North Carolina got a volleyball team, Charlotte, not a volleyball, a soccer team. It's a bank, internet bank. I can't remember the name of the team.
Okay.
A lot of them are doing that now. They're going on the internet. They don't have to have a brick and mortar. Maybe that's what these banks are trying to do.
Of course they are. Of course they are. That's why I keep telling people that we need to move 100% to blockchain. We can't trust the fiat currency anymore.
Well, I started looking at what you were saying. I call it like I was using. Can I say the name of the? I don't know. Legally, can I say? I don't know. I want to get you in trouble. Well, crypto. Some of the platforms.
Yeah, you can say crypto. Yeah.
But Uphold, some of the other ones, I was looking at them, and one of them was talking about 5%, 4%. You put your money in certain crypto, but and I think crypto.com will give you a credit card, and Gemini.
Man, listen, man. The best way to go is decentralized banking. You can't trust this fiat money. It's not really worth anything that is backed on. The government you can go to your bank tomorrow and your bank can tell you they don't got the money. You gotta wait.
Yeah, well, I went to a credit union, but I think they're trying to do something to the credit unions now. So change the laws and stuff for the credit union.
Well, hold on.
I got something in the mail, but I forgot what it's about.
0%. They no longer have to have any. They can take your money and invest all of it right now. 100%. Not leave you with 25% in the bank. They can take all your money right now and give it to a billionaire for his project. And God forbid that billionaire renege on his loan and he can't pay.
Well, we already know they didn't care about the common people when they took a lot of the regulations off these banks, so they can, like you said, about these regulations off these banks and let them do anything they want. So I mean, I think they call it the reset. They say something might happen in July. I don't know quite what they mean by July. So I mean, I don't think people as a whole can do anything about it. What can you do? You can't do nothing. Everybody be in the same boat. Unless you're debt free, try to be as debt free as you can possibly be. Make sure your house is paid off. And then now I'm hearing you got pirates out there getting people titles and putting it in their names.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
there's a movie on Netflix that everybody need to watch. It's called 99 Homes. Y'all need to watch 99 Homes.
I'm listening.
99 Homes is about. You ever heard that saying? You ever heard those commercials? Cash for keys.
Mm-hmm.
You know that's a scam, right? Cash for keys is a scam. And 99 Homes tell you how it's a scam. It's a movie, but it shows you how they try to get you out your home, even though you legally don't have to leave your home. But once they get you out their home, the bank owns the bank takes over and they resell it as quick as they can. The cash for keys is a scam. It's the biggest scam on the planet. So if you ever fall behind in your mortgage and somebody says, "Well, I'll give you cash for your keys right now," you tell them no. And they send real police officers out to your home, but they don't have the authority. They don't have no letter from the judge. It's all fake, and they get you out your home. It's a big project thing.
Well, if you, I keep hearing this statement: you will own nothing and have nothing and be happy. I forgot the exact term I hear somebody saying. If you look in North Carolina now,
you talking about NWO?
They want you to rent now. They don't want you to own any houses. They're trying to just make renters everybody lease. That way they can control you more.
So who is that? What rapper is that?
Soulja Boy. I ain't gonna hear that.
Those guys are so rich. A lot of those rappers and stuff but they don't have no knowledge. And they could go. I heard somebody say this. They said Kanye West was looking at it, but I don't know if he ever did it. Go to Wyoming. There's not a lot of people out there. Go out there and buy some land, and the laws are different, and they want more people to move out there. They could do anything they want out there, and they could bring their families out there.
Exactly.
And they got all this money, and these rappers from Atlanta. They're getting in trouble in Atlanta if they going after these guys and throwing them in jail. I'm like, move from that environment and bring your people out there with you that want to come.
Sir.
And live you got the money, they'll sell you the land, build your own community.
Sir.
I don't understand these guys. They so smart and they run around with all this money in their pockets and they ain't got no common sense.
Do you know, okay, what do you think will happen to them in Wyoming? It will be more of what the topic is.
So back to the topic. Let me ask you a quick question. You see this picture right here, right?
Yeah.
Can you see it real good or no?
Yeah, the little boy and the lady pointing at the little boy.
What is that little boy?
It look like you're slow. I'm sorry. I don't know. Go ahead and tell me.
He's special needs.
Yeah. That's what we used to call it.
So 𝗖cie Hendricks, you can go Google this, is a white woman. This little boy was playing a little bit rough with her son. He's 5 years old, and I think he took her child's toy. He's special needs.
I don't even think he was playing with the child. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I don't think he was playing with the child. I think he just wanted the toy.
Oh, he just wanted the toy. Okay.
I believe. I'm not for certain.
The lady walked up to the special needs kid and used a racial slur, called him the N-word. Said, "Stop acting like an N-word," and took the toy back, picked up her child. And a Somalian man was filming, and he said, "Did you just call that child over there the N-word?" And she goes, "Yeah, I told him to stop acting like the N-word." And she doubled down. She didn't try to apologize. She didn't try to say. She doubled down and then walked away. When is that ever okay to do that to a special needs child who doesn't even know what the heck she's talking about?
Never.
And did you know that they raised $700,000 for this?
$700,000 for what?
They raised $700,000 for this woman.
This white woman?
Yes.
And what did they give her for what?
Because she lost her job. because her job found out what she did. She
A
lost her
GoFund,
job.
a
She did a
GoFund.
Go Send Fund, the new Go Send Fund, the Christian website, supposedly. She went on there, didn't even mention the fact that she did all this to the child. She gave some whole other story, and she was able to raise $700,000 today.
It ain't right, but she told him a lie. So how can she get the money back?
No, she didn't tell him a lie. She just left that part out. She played the victim, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, basically that's what I'm saying. I didn't say the whole story.
Yeah,
she technically told him a lie. She didn't tell him the whole story.
And the dominant society, everybody already seen the video. Mm-hmm. The dominant society, because of the Carmelo Anthony and Metcalf case, they said, we're going to push her up. And they're adamant about it. And they're saying we should feel sorry for her because she lost her job and she's never going to be able to work again. No one told that woman to crash out. No one told that woman to go to say what she said to a child. No one told her to double down when the dude filming her put the camera in her face and she doubled down and used the N-word again. So now everybody's supposed to care about what are the consequences of her crashing out. Not just in private, but when the camera was shown, she had an opportunity to backtrack everything and say she's sorry, she's under stress, whatever.
Too much. How do you want me to address you, please, sir? Too much.
Too much is fine. Yeah,
too much. You're right. We got a media issue. You got to remember, we got millions of people in this country now because of the media. You get simultaneous information, false or fake or not, true or not, or partial. And look at the boy, like you were saying, that killed the one of the twins. We don't know all the issues by that. He had a GoFundMe. We're not going. We got an issue here, and you're gonna have people that's gonna side with you whether you're wrong or right.
Is this the new president?
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Is this the new president, though? Is this the new president where it's my tribe versus your tribe, and no matter what,
it's gonna go that way. It may not be right, but it's going that way. We don't want a racial thing, but it's turning into a racial thing. Look at the president. It's not right. And then if he's doing any good, he say he's doing wrong. So the only thing you do, like you were saying too much, I've been on your platform off and on, try to say what you think and try to guide people in the right direction. If they want affirmative action, fight to try to get it, if they give it to us. But you got black people in leadership positions that say you don't deserve it. And you shouldn't.
But those are tethered. Those aren't black people.
But sadly, you say they listen to them people, not to you and me.
Mm-hmm.
They don't listen. Give the blacks the blacks, and you got to remember they bring up. Black people had slaves too. You know they say that too, right?
Yeah.
The oldest family, I don't know if this is true. I heard this in years back. The oldest black family that had slaves came out of Texas. They say Austin, Texas. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know if that's true or not.
First of all, the black family that they're talking about had slaves. Those were indigenous blacks. Those were American Indians. Mm-hmm. Those were copper-colored people who were buying back their family members, who had to say their wife was a slave and their son, and they were claiming their property. So those are the blacks they're talking about. Those blacks weren't abusing or doing crazy things like what was going on in the white people.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about the black families from Virginia on down that had land, that had slaves in Georgia? I don't know the history of it, but they say those families had slaves.
Those were also indigenous blacks.
Mm-hmm. Well, honestly, I don't know, but they throwing
that were never enslaved. Mm-hmm. Because they come from this land. See, they forget to tell you the whole history. If you look at the Webster's Dictionary of 1828, it tells you the definition of an American. The definition of an American, you can Google this today, it's right there. It says the definition, according to Webster's Dictionary of 1828, it says indigenous, aboriginal, copper-colored races found here by the Europeans. That was the definition of an American. The dominant society didn't start calling themselves Americans until after 1890. That's when they woke up and they said, oh, we got all this, we are Americans. That's when they said we're no longer Europeans. And that's when they started inviting all the Europeans over from Ellis Island and on up, saying, come on over to this country, send us your sick, your poor, your send us everything. Send us all the white people you can send us to this country. And then they used indigenous blacks who had all the jobs, who had all the skills, right? Who had all the work. They made them train, because they came over as indentured servants. They made them train the next workers. They just made you think, oh, this person was a slave. No, that was an indentured servant, and they were doing that so they could learn your skills, and then once they learn your skills, they're going to take your job.
That's what happened.
So people thought, oh man, I got me a slave. No, you were trained just like they do on the job site, right?
That's what the old folks used to say.
You were training your competition.
Yep, they're gonna take your job, and a lot of them will say, "I ain't training you."
Yeah, and that's exactly what them white people did. They said, okay, well, now we don't got to hire you no more. We know John can do just as good a job now. Let's hire John. That's what happened.
So,
but they want to leave that part out of history.
Well, like I said, you're gonna have to. You got our people fighting for affirmative action, not affirmative for reparations, and you got people in there saying like Jasmine Crockett. Nope, you don't. No, not her. You got a few some saying that, but she's saying you don't need that $5,000. But to me, she was saying the same thing. But that's my opinion on it.
Jasmine Crockett was saying we don't want to do no farming.
She didn't want. She said you don't deserve that $5,000. You know, he talking about the $5,000. She said you don't need it. We don't want it. Put it in. They were saying take that money, put it back in the government, and pay our debts off. But you got a lot of Black Americans that could use that money to help get this stuff.
A lot of Americans, period, can use that money.
Well, I stand corrected. People as a whole need it, and they still want. They want it. They want it. Go ahead, sir. I didn't hear you.
Hold on. Do you understand the complete? I mean, what that infers? What that $5,000? That's like you saying I need a home and I hand you a bed sheet.
Come on.
I don't look at it like that. You give me $5,000, I can take that and get my own. And do that. $5,000. And I heard another person say that too. But give your people that, American people or citizens, that money and let them do what they want to. And then if you're gonna give all this money that they caught them giving these people that was coming in from other countries, do that to help them.
Exactly. Who would never pay.
And then you saying what you just said, ma'am, that to me, you sound like Jasmine Crockett.
Good.
And I said, give me my money.
Jasmine Crockett? You like Jasmine Crockett?
No, I don't.
Monique?
I mean,
I'm sorry, I don't.
You like Jasmine Crockett, Monique?
She done hit a few things. I didn't, you know what I mean? She done hit a few things. She done check some stuff that needs to be checked.
Let her acknowledge that they weren't giving these people money. I want to hear her say that.
What I'm saying is, if I owe
Let he who was without sin cast the first stone.
I got sin and I'm going to cast a stone. How about that?
If I owe you $17 million.
If you got in politics, you got some dirt on you. Period. Case closed.
And I'm gonna cast her and anybody else. I'm gonna say that.
And
let me say this: think they're better than us. I'm sorry.
I just stepped in here for a second, but what I heard was this $5,000 thing. But it's my understanding it was a $5,000 child credit.
Was it a $5,000?
It wasn't just giving cash $5,000. It was a $5,000 child
the original plan was to give us money, cash money. Then they kept changing it. So right now I'm gonna look at the $5,000 cash money, and to it,
I'm sorry, brother. I can't.
so
No,
hey, I'm gonna be happy.
That's a false argument you're clinging to, and you're wrong for clinging to a false argument. I understand the ideas out there, but it's a $5,000 child tax credit. You're not just getting $5,000, and it's wrong to think that that's what the plan is.
Well, you know what? He said a possibility, and everybody was saying the $5,000. Right now, I think it's still up in the air, and you may not even get that.
I mean, that's an arbitrary. You're gonna say a $5,000 settlement on millions?
I'm sorry.
Okay. What's the discussion what did I just come up? What did I come up into? Because Too Much know me, and he know my particular position on certain things. But I can only say this.
If you like Jasmine Crockett.
Wait.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm sorry. I would shut up. No, I don't. Go ahead.
You like Jasmine Crockett.
I would say this as far as the Democrat Party potential candidates and or up and coming stars could be. She would be a rising star. However, until I hear strict Democrat Party platform changes that directly impact foundational Black Americans, I cannot give an endorsement to her.
I wasn't gonna give her endorsement anyway. But go ahead, sir.
I'm looking at this as unbiased as I can because I'm going to look at a Republican candidate the same way.
I am too.
I really am. But so this is why I can't say anything about any Republican. Okay.
Right.
However, the Democrats are the only ones trying to pretend that they on my side. And the only way you can show me that you on my side is coming to meet me where I'm at.
To me, they ain't never tried to.
And again, now you see what I'm saying. I can't as a candidate or as an upcoming star, yeah, I give her some juice for that. But endorsement, no, I can't do that.
So
you gotta understand they good art.
What do you think about Shiloh Hendricks, Kevin?
I think the fact that this grown woman decided to put such words on a child is, well, if I'm gonna be brutally honest, standard operating procedure from them folks. They only pick on the weak, and those they only want to hurt the weak. They only want to hurt those that they know that they can hurt. Some of your most brutal acts that were done to the slave population were not done by white men. They were done by white women. You have to understand their biggest issue is that child is in existence because that child, that colored child, that black child is in competition with her child. And that is the thing that she cannot and has never been able to accept. She's fighting against that. That is the nature of what she's fighting against. Looking at this woman saying what she said, yeah, it's standard operating procedure. She wrong as two left shoes. It's horrific that she's done it, but am I surprised? Hell no. To the no. Hell no. Okay.
All right. He said, I ain't even surprised. He said, are you surprised? Because I'm not.
Right.
You know what?
The most offensive thing about that is that they paid this broad $700 million. But then again, you have to understand. White supremacy has, or the dominant society has these types of resources that they can just throw away and give to. It's not a loss for them. Ain't nobody hurting there. So Elon Musk could have did that out of his couch.
Correct. Cousin, now is this the new precedent right here, where you do something like this and they're gonna do a ghost in fund for you?
Well, again, the idea is okay.
Is this the new president?
The collecting entity, the entity that collected the funds. First, GoFundMe had her for a minute, then they realized, okay, this is some BS, and they dropped her, right? And then she went to this other fund collecting service. And those cats came through on that side. Now, so the idea of never being them not finding a way, or let me say it properly, thinking that a white supremacist isn't going to find a way to support another white supremacist, that would be naive.
Now, did you watch the Pierce Morgan interview yesterday?
Yeah, I saw it a few times.
Okay. Did you see how he was going in on the owner of 𝗤𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie? Did you see that?
Which one?
Pierce Morgan. How he went in on the same show with Myron Gaines. The same show.
I didn't even see his part because Myron is beneath me.
You gotta watch the whole show. You can't watch the clip. You gotta watch the whole show. He went in on the 𝗤𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗵𝘁 owner. He had him up on the panel. He said, "You being a Christian, how can you allow this woman to raise money on your platform?" And he said, "Well, we don't have to agree with them. Our thing is we want to protect the children. The children are the most important thing." And he was like, "Well, that's ironic that you would say protect the children. You won't let a pro-abortionist come on your platform. You'll get them off quick. You won't stick up and defend a special needs child. Isn't he cool?" And the owner said, "Well, that's the parent's responsibility."
See, I can only say this. When it comes to these cats who are attempting to put their religious beliefs as their moral light, yeah, again, quote unquote, okay, there's not a chance in hell I'm following you and nothing you say.
Man, he went from being a Christian to explaining real quick.
Well, because again, that is all that Christianity in again, over the last 500 years, that's all it's been, is an explanation, an excuse for white supremacy to continue to do what it's been doing.
Real quick. Like, I ain't never seen a dude be so contradictory and backpedal so many times. And I didn't know that Pierce Morgan had it in him. Pierce Morgan.
I can accept some of that, but he should have been getting much more harsh backlash for his particular stance and position from my perspective. If he's going to call himself somewhat of a moderate, then from the time that I've been watching him, Trump is his personal friend. So he knew him before presidency, after the presidency, and so forth. And he's always had a particular fanboy-ish stance when it comes to him. And I do not appreciate that from someone attempting to say that they're being a moderator. You go judge him.
Well, he went after the he went after the racists today in his show. He went after that one white woman. That was shocking.
That was shocking.
Were you not shocked? I was like, hold on, this Pierce Morgan? I said, who? I said, am I in the Twilight Zone? Is this Pierce Morgan?
And see, that's again because that position.
I don't know if they all signaling like, hey, we got to distance ourselves so we can look this way, so we can look a certain way and not look like we're white supremacists, but we really are. Wink, wink. I don't know what that meant, but I ain't never seen Pierce Morgan do that.
I could only say it like this. Neely Fuller said that the dominant society has to control both sides of the narrative. So the idea that he may have just dipped his toe in the pond of truth and righteousness, okay, does not mean he's on the side of truth and righteousness, okay?
Well, I like to know his history because there's a possibility he may have a special family member too. I like to know his history. And also, that young lady, the lady that you show in there, my dad was telling me something. He was working on the bus for the city, the kid. And he said something happened, and they left a child on the bus. Somebody did. And they put something on that person's record. And that person could not get a job for the life of them after they fired them. They were struggling to get a job because they put something on that person's record. They could have put something on that lady's record, and she would have had a hard time getting a job.
Was this person black or white?
Sir?
Was this person black or white?
I think that it said he's from up north, a white guy.
Okay, most white cats fail up. So you would have really had to do something as a white guy to completely hinder you from failing up.
Well, he did. My understanding. Listen. Did you hear me? What I said? Dad said he left. They said he left the child on the bus. The child left on the bus. It's something to do with child endangerment or something. And the way she did that little boy, could that fall under the same category? Too much?
Possibly. I don't know.
They could have filed something on her record, and just to punish her because of what she did to that little boy.
But that only on her to raise no $700,000.
It ain't right, but I mean, they could have put that on her record, make sure she never had another job working with kids.
And why should she? Why should she? Why should there be consequences for crashing out and doing that in business?
Okay, you got a lot of distortion, sir.
Cousin, can you read up real quick?
Yeah, my bad.
Why should we care? Why shouldn't there be consequences? And why should we care if she, especially when you feel emboldened and indignant, and then you can run to a platform and cry wolf, and somebody gonna give you some money. If that's the new precedence now, because I keep asking, is this the new precedence right now?
I think right now because of technology, and you said the GoFund meetings, GoFund. You got different ones, and I think you got certain people that feel the same way that she had the right to do that, no matter what they would do it. I think somebody would do it. They're gullible to do it. Look at these
I think the same cats that's funding people like Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro have no problem throwing a few shekels in her direction. Period. It's not a loss to them.
Yep. And you know what? That's fine. That's fine. But again, if this is the new precedent, they don't.
We're outmatched. We're outmatched and we're outweighted in that category. Period. We really are.
Look at all the stuff that's happening in the black community. Some of them are going to the GoFund and get money too, and people say you're wrong. So I'm thinking it's a new thing. It's a new trend that's coming out, and look what's going on.
I think you're on it. I think it might be a new trend. I think it might be a new trend because
we don't like it, but it's happening.
Let me say it like y'all remember back in the well, maybe you don't too much, but remember back in the day they used to have rent parties. That's what GoFundMe is right now. If you're a little hurting here and there, your cats, your family, whatever's supposed to come through, drop a couple of nickels off and help you get through your particular incident. But it is not supposed to be so that you can come in and suddenly go from rags to riches. Okay, that's not our category. We ain't got it like that.
You remember when those kids said they used to put so I can't remember how many years ago it was. More than one time they did it. They put an ad in the newspaper, going to college, send $1. You remember that? I don't know if you guys remember that. They say, I'm going to college, need money, please send $1. And people start sending them money. And that happened, they said. So people gonna be people.
People are right, and if I had the time, I'd tell you the story about how gullible Christians are. But I won't get into it. But I will only say this: they got scammed by a crackhead with a Tony the Tiger tattoo on his face.
Yes, they sure did.
You saw this. Okay, good. They gave that man over $10,000 for a golden ticket to heaven.
Well, sir,
he sent them a gold painted 2x4 with a handwritten note that said "ticket to heaven," and it was $99.99. He managed to get $10,000 from these gullible ass people who were sending him money. So the idea when I tell you that cats will give because it's not hurting them, it's nothing to them.
But think about it. I heard of somebody, I don't know where I heard this from. Okay. You got $1 million, you got 1 million people out there, and you tell them to send you $1. What percentage of those people you think are sending you money?
I'll say 10%.
Okay. You're gonna get some money.
Even 3% is good.
Mm-hmm.
I would say 10 to 25%. Now, whether or not you're getting a lot from them, I'm not gonna say the amount, but again, you got cats out here who are more than willing to be a generous soul. And if it's only gonna cost me $10 to make myself feel good today, take this 10. And that's where cats get misled, because they don't understand how predatory cats can be when it comes to getting their needs fulfilled.
Well,
particularly their materialistic needs.
Look at what we were talking about. The GoFund might be the next new trend. We don't want to say it, but that could be.
I'll say it like I said again. We're outweighted in that category.
Say that again, sir.
We're outweighted in that category. We cannot compete with the corporations who can suddenly say, you know what, this is coming off my 501c, what yada yada. They can drop funds that our community just cannot do.
But here's the thing.
We can drop some funds, but we can't drop funds like they drop in funds.
Hold on. No, we can't compete because nobody's giving nobody $50 million, $100 million from a GoFundMe. They might raise $1 million, and we can come up with $1 million too. We got 1.9 trillion spending power, man. We can come up with $1 million.
And while I understand that we have 1.9 trillion in spending monies, we're not giving that all to one individual. We all have our own individual lives, and we're going to live according to our budgets.
It ain't about that, man.
That little bit, like you said, that $10, that $20, adds up.
Right. It's the power.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
No. Listen, again, you talking about they're not giving nobody 50 million, 100 million. So we're not even asking to do that for our own people. Even if they did that, we could still raise our million. We could still raise our 500,000. We could still raise our 700,000. And that's going to be enough to compete. It might not be no 50 million money. But again, they're not sending that money. They're not sending no 50 million to one person. They're not doing that.
Didn't that Pantaleo boy get a couple of $1 million for his lawyer's fees, yada, yada, yada?
Yeah, we can do that.
This is what I'm getting at. This is what I'm getting when I say we just can't compete with that. Yes, we have some funds. I'm not saying that we don't. Again, I'm not saying that we don't have it. And I'm not saying that we can't do it. But the level of excess cash that is in the black community doesn't work like that. It doesn't flow like that.
Well, let me say this. Don't you think I hear you saying it doesn't, and I agree with you, but don't you think it's time that it does because of what we're seeing? See, change doesn't happen until something causes pain. The emboldenedness that we're seeing is causing us to be like, hold on, we got to move differently now.
I think it should be moving in that direction, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're moving. What I'm saying is, whether by force or by brilliance, we're moving to that direction. We're like, you know what? We got to move that because we see how they get on cold real quick. We got to get on cold just as quick or quicker.
Y'all remember what happened just a year ago when it was time to donate for Kamala's campaign. Y'all see what happened when the black women got online and then the brothers got online and how much money got raised. You know, it was what this woman is working with right now overnight because it was black women that going on. And then everybody hopped on the bandwagon.
So you can't tell me we don't got that money. We got that money. Shoot, somebody know Kanye West, and they gonna give that brother a call and be like, "Hey man, I don't care how crazy you are today. I don't care what you do tomorrow, but
I
hey,
don't know too many cats who was putting into Kamala's funds. I don't.
Well, I mean, the money's raised, so the numbers are there. I don't,
I get that she
I certainly
raised.
do
I
not.
get that she raised almost $1 billion or so for her campaign. I'm not denying that she raised significant monies for her campaign.
I'm saying
But
if
as to how
no.
much we were contributing to that, I wouldn't. I don't know. I'll give you my vote
I think
if I think you got me.
I think with the family, we probably raised $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Black men and women probably did. So
That was her
I mean,
whole
that's not
budget.
even how much is not the point. The point is it happened.
No,
You know
no.
what I'm saying? It
She
happened
raised
because
$1 billion. We did not give $1 billion to Kamala Harris. Other forces and entities and factors donated far more to her campaign than we did, which is why she said 20 acres and a mule.
Listen, I agree. I agree. Billionaires, people who needed her to stay, who needed the Democrats to be in power so they could keep making money, probably coughed up some money. But we put our little 10, 20, 30, 40, $100 in there too.
Now
okay,
again, I'll
right.
agree with that, but
What I'm
no,
saying, my
no.
point with this is there was a specific reason why this, they needed this money needs to be collected. Like, and there's people were confident in the fact that this money was going to this campaign and that's what was going to be spent. Now, the average Joe here on the street to say, I need money for this, that, and the other, they're going to, it is assumed that that's not what the money is going to be for. It's going to be for drugs, alcohol, this, that, and the other, or the.
Well, think about it. They just needed things to stay the same. A lot of them people were donating because they didn't want change. They wanted things to stay the same. They knew, hey, Kamala's in office. It's going to be just like Biden's in office. That's what that was. So they knew, and again, the black community, like I said, they went into their pockets and they dug deep because again, they were being fear mongered into doing whatever they were doing. They're being fear mongered.
And giving that money because they knew where it was going. If the average Joe is asking for money, they assume that that's not what
They were going to
you're
prevent.
asking for.
They thought they were going to prevent Nazism and fascism and all this other stuff because they were more fearful of that than they were of that. So they reached in their pocket and they felt like they were doing their civic duty. They felt like they were fighting for their really was doing that. These Democrats lie. And they play to our emotions, and they win us over every time. They know right around election time that's when they're gonna start all these I guarantee you right when right around the time that Trump's presidency is over, you're gonna see a spike in unaliving, and it's all gonna be related to race, all of it, especially in Democratic cities. And what are they going to do?
Well, see that? No, I wouldn't. No, I won't accept that because they've always highlighted black crime in this country, and it doesn't matter. Again, you're gonna hear something that happened in Maine. They're gonna hear about it as if it happened in Seattle.
Where did this incident just happen at? What state was this incident that with the little boy? What state was that?
Minnesota.
Who runs Minnesota? Democrat or Republic?
Democrat.
Come on now.
Why Democratic?
If it's so prevalent, why is it only happening in Democratic-run cities that these things happen? George Floyd, what state was that?
Minnesota.
Again, Minnesota.
Who runs that?
Extremely conservative black white folks.
No.
Extremely conservative Democrats. I'm not saying that they're liberal, extremely conservative. Yes.
Liberal. Doesn't mean the first one. It's a blue state. It's a blue state. Chicago. Who runs Chicago?
Again, nope. That's a city and not a state.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Their money's funded by the Republican legislature.
Who runs the whole state?
Republicans.
If Chicago the red state? Are you sure?
The city of Chicago is a Democrat city. The
It's a
rest of
Democrat
Illinois,
city.
the rest of
That's
Illinois
what
is
I'm talking about.
Republican and
It's a
conservative.
Democrat ran city.
The
When the Democrats,
legislature that
when
they are adhering to
the
is a
Democrats,
Republican-leaning legislature.
doesn't matter. When Democrats are in office, you know the crook and the shook is happening at the same
I'm
damn.
simply saying it's happening in both sides on both times. I'm not
Show
giving
me
one
where,
party
show
more
me where
credit
it's
than the other.
happening. Okay, Frisco.
And
Frisco, what
again,
is that a Republican?
California. Oh, I can't listen, man. I
What did they
extremely
do? What did they
liberal
do to
California is probably as
Georgia?
cruel and as harsh to black people as almost any southern state right now.
Exactly. That's all I'm trying to tell you. The blue states are turning up. In Frisco, the brothers are getting a fair treatment, whether the country's with them or not. But he's getting treated fair. They lowered his bail from 1 million to 250,000 and let that brother out. He's on house arrest. He's chilling with his
Into
family.
Carmelo there, right?
Carmelo, yeah. And that's a red state. That's a red state. Frisco is
Texas, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a red state. So I'm telling you, you see how things are done in a red state versus a blue state. That's all I'm. That's all I'm
No, I get what you're saying, but I'm still looking at the law itself. So I'll accept the argument that you're making there, but again, they're not getting no credit for that. You're not getting no credit for treating me like I'm freaking human and equal. Are you
it's not
insane?
about.
How you supposed to be giving me credit for being treated as an equal?
Hold on. It's not credit. It's saying how one district is ran versus another district is ran. When you over here in a Democratic run city or state, okay, let's keep it real. You're not going to get a fair shake. There's corruption around every corner. At least over here, they may put some ridiculous charges on you, but they got sense enough to know, hey man, we can't, after we seen this kid's record and after we seen and got up all the evidence, we can't keep him. We can't do this to him. We gotta be fair. So they may try it. They may try to raise it up. They may try to okay. Look at what happened with
No, I would only say look at Breonna Taylor as the difference.
Okay, well, look at what happened with that Haitian brother that got unalived in his home with the 𝗤𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘂𝘁𝗂𝗏 police officer. Did she not go to jail? Did she not go to
Yes.
jail?
Should she have gotten more than 10 years?
Of course.
But she didn't.
I hear you, but at least she went. Democratic, that brother, they would have just got off. Democrats say they would have just got off. They wouldn't have did nothing.
Again, I can only look at Breonna Taylor and say the same thing. Who suffered for what they did to her, other than her family? Because now the police officer did, and you had that boy Cameron sitting up there under Mitch McConnell in a red conservative state. Everybody got off.
That's true.
There was not a hit. They didn't get a slap on the wrist.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That is true, sir. I won't argue that. That's true.
So this is what I'm saying. So the idea
it happens more
that,
in Democrats.
no, it's happening on both sides. So no, I'm not giving no, you get no credit. I'm watching it all. There's nothing that you gonna slip past me. Nothing in this regard.
Hey,
if you're not gonna meet me at my dollar point, okay, go ahead.
This is a good one to bring up. You sent me something and I commented on it. Did you see that?
Yeah. My disagreement with you.
Did you read my comments in the thread? Did you read my comments in the thread?
Yes, I did.
How many people are coming at me?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
So you gotta go back to the video and read. Listen, I got people coming at me because I put the same thing I typed to you in your inbox. I put it in the thread. I put it in the thread because first of all, I ran businesses and I know how business owners operate. Okay, and especially when I was in the financial industry, they had a lot of these clubs, billionaires.
We understand that the backdoor deals are always going on.
Executive clubs, you want to make more money. this
The
room, how
difference in
much
this
are you
one is
willing
that
to
it was
pay?
specifically run by
We
his
know about,
sons, and he has proven
hold on.
that he
We know
will
about
not
the country club.
disassociate himself
We
from
know
his
about the
sons'
country
monies.
club. We know about the country clubs. Okay, that's an exclusive club. There's nothing wrong with starting a club, an executive branch club. You can call it what me and you can start a business right now. We can call it executive branch club, and we can charge people $500,000 if they pay it. Obviously, we must be bringing some type of value for them to pay it. People will pay money to get in the room with Donald Trump and his cabinet.
Because they are trying to get something for that $500,000.
Of course,
See,
but
let me say it. I looked at it.
hold on. It's not necessarily what you think they're trying to get. I know what you're assuming they're trying to get, but you got to understand that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump had a name before the presidency. Donald Trump is the draw. Donald Trump is the pool. The man started a meme coin and made $33 billion off a meme coin with just his name. You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me if somebody had a choice? You ever heard I say this? Would you rather somebody give you $500,000, or would you rather have 2 hours with Jay-Z? There are people that's going to say, I'd rather have 2 hours with Jay-Z than take $500,000. You got to understand that there's going to be people who'd rather have access to Trump than
They want access to power. No, I fully understand that they want access to power. But what I'm also looking at is that they've started to use their monies to weaponize against me.
That's the assumption, but that's not necessarily what's really going on. That's the assumption.
You got to be kidding me. That is a naive stance to take, brother.
No, that's not. That's like, hold on. That's the same way as them building Alcatraz, right? They're building Alcatraz, and what are the Democrats trying to scare you into believing? Oh, they're gonna put black people in Alcatraz. That's why they're building Alcatraz. They're gonna put all the black people in Alcatraz. That's a fear tactic.
I didn't hear that, but my thing about Alcatraz at this particular point in time is the rebuild and refit is just another way of funding some prison industrial complex monies. You end up funding $50 to $100 million up there just to upgrade the thing. Because even the tourists that go in right now have to have shots to go on the island.
Alcatraz there before, right? And nobody assumed that they were going to put black people up. They were going to fill it up with black people. They said they're filling up with the toughest, the most ruthless, the most terrible criminals. That's what they said. But nobody said nothing back then. But all of a sudden, now they're doing it now, and we just automatically assume that's going to be a place for us. That's a lot of us.
I don't know what to say. I didn't hear that aspect of it. I just looked at the idea of what I heard was that the idea of them reopening it to me was just damn stupid. It's just damn stupid.
Listen, here's what I know. What you can get away in Singapore, or what you can get away with in America, you can't get away in Singapore. Remember that caning incident that went all around the world?
Yeah.
You see what happens when you put harsher punishment, you get lesser fine. Harsher punishment.
I would say it like this. The caning was more of a social degradation on the individual more than a robbing of your lifetime.
But what you do,
your livelihood. Now, corrective behaviors should always be in effect. This is not the idea. Again, I was talking to another cat. Our social contracts are not to be infringed upon. And what's been happening is our social contracts have been getting lessened and lessened. This is why we have such animosity now towards one another. Because screw you, I'm out for me and I'm trying to get mine. And if I got to step on your throat to get mine, well.
No. We know how to fix that, but we don't want to do that. It's called reinstill shame back into society. Make it shameful for a person to walk around and be a criminal in public. See, right now it's cool. Right now, being a bad guy is cool. But when you put shame, when you do that shame for men and women, you're gonna have a totally different society because people are not gonna be as open with their debauchery, open with their criminality as they are today. And that's the biggest problem. We don't have shame. We don't have pride in family, right? We don't have a family name to upkeep and uphold anymore. We don't have a legacy to take care of that's being passed down to us. Those are the reasons why things are out of whack, and that goes for. Now, I'm not talking about Black American. That goes for all Americans are living in this no squalor of no shame.
Right. Again, that's a societal contract. That's what we're supposed to be living by.
Right. If there was shame, this woman couldn't do that to this child because she would feel ashamed. But because there is no shame, she feels like she can say whatever she wants. She can crash out. And she thought,
no. She got rewarded for it.
And look at the precedents now that we're saying. We're saying forget about shame. You no longer have to be ashamed to be a white supremacist anymore. That's the precedent that we're setting because we will reward you. We have a reward system if you go full blown white supremacist now. If you go full blown Nick Fuentes now, we got a reward system for you. Look at how Nick Fuentes is still able to operate and do his thing. You know, the only reason why he's able to operate and do his thing is because somebody's funding that kid.
Of course.
If nobody funded him, he wouldn't be able to do what he's gonna do, and he'd be done. Look at Myron Gaines. He got canceled from everything, but yet he's still able to walk around here, do the Piers Morgan show, do all these shows, and still be Myron Gaines.
Well, see, I'm looking at how they are turning these antagonists into middle of the road commentators. How they're trying to make their positions middle of the road. These extreme antagonists. See, let me say it like this: has Tariq ever been on Piers Morgan?
No, but they're trying to get him on there because guess who keeps bringing up his name? Myron. Matter of fact, that would be a great idea. I would love for Piers Morgan to kind of comment. You know, what's the word? Mediate him and Myron Gaines. I would love to see that.
No, I could see potentially the two of them. I would not like for Piers Morgan to be the moderator.
Who would you like to be the moderator? I think Piers Morgan got a big platform. I think
just because you got a big platform don't mean you're right.
No. It's also the audience. Look at the audience that Piers Morgan brings in.
And that's kind of I understand that he has a big platform, and from an FBA perspective, Tariq might be able to go on out there and knock some stuff out the park.
And look what Piers Morgan wants. Look what audience Piers Morgan could gain from mediating that. He can gain some of us.
I would only say this, knowing what I know. I think it was Hidden Colors 4 or 5 that got banned in Great Britain, and then they ended up pulling Tariq's visa. He can't go over in England, Great Britain.
Piers Morgan just doesn't have a British clientele. He has a.
I understand. Yes, but that's his largest audience.
I think his largest audience is American, not even British. I think his largest audience is. Look at his demographics now. It's changed. He is, even though he speaks with an American accent, he lives here in Los Angeles, in Hollywood, or Beverly Hills, or whatever. He lives out here. He does his show out here. He does it. Technically now, Piers Morgan, even though he's British, he doesn't really even consider himself British because he speaks more on American issues than he ever speaks on British issues. So who do you think is his main audience? It's us here. I'm
going to say he's topic specific, but I do hear I see your point. Yes.
Conservative. That's his audience. Black and white. Conservative and white is his audience. That's a different demographic for Tariq. That is, that is the battleground. To me, if you want to battle these concepts, his audience will be the battleground. If you want to sway any middle of the road YT people, that would be where you want to do it at. Right?
I don't know where them
And it
people
can be
at no
seen.
more. Because if they MAGA, they not middle of the road.
Well, but you understand, you're going to have some MAGA over there too, but you're also going to have some middle of the road in there too. But I'm saying it's a mixture of middle of the road and conservative, and you can win some conservatives over if Tariq goes and shares and does what he does, because they probably never even seen what he does. They probably never even seen. They probably don't even know who Tariq is until Myron.
I'm not accepting that. I'm sure they know who he is. This is why they never bring him up and they never speak on him. Because if they were to give him any name,
I'm saying majority of MAGA probably doesn't, because they're not listening to what Tariq is. They're not listening to that unless they're on Twitter. If they're on Twitter, of course they know. But
this is what I'm saying. And he's on Twitter big time.
he is on Twitter
So
big
they
time.
know who he is, bro. They calling in and talking to him. They know who he is.
But they probably never listened to his show, is what I'm saying. They probably never heard his viewpoints and things like that. And Tariq has a way of articulating himself to where it's favorable for both sides if he wants to. If he wants to. And he can smack around Myron Gaines in the process and get a Constellation Prize. And we're talking about reparations as well too, and that's every topic. That's what he wants.
I'd agree. Now I'm not saying I just wouldn't like. I'm just saying Pierce Morgan is the guy I don't agree with. But beyond that, yeah, does he need to go on the platform? Sure.
It's not that he has to convince us about reparations. It's he got to convince them. If we're going to get reparations fast, we're going to need some of them to be like, yeah, it makes sense. We need to do the right thing. That's the only way. If it's just us, we're not going to get it. But if we get some of them and bring them over to at least talking about it, saying, man, we got to give these guys something, that's how it's going to happen. And I think Pierce Morgan will actually be up. He got millions of followers, would be the best platform to do it on. Even a Tucker Carlson, to be honest. Even a Tucker Carlson to battle a Myron Gaines on that type of platform. Or a Joe Rogan would probably be even more of this style. Because Joe Rogan probably would be the best out of all of them, if I'm being honest. Because Joe Rogan's audience is huge. A lot of people are truth seekers and conspiracy theorists already. And this would be, you talk about middle of the road people, a bunch of middle of the road people follow Joe Rogan. That's where he would want to do it at. Joe Rogan would host it, Myron Gaines, 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie his𝘁. It'll be epic. It'll break the internet. It'll be, you talking about.
I still see Rogan as being right leaning.
Yeah, but he is. But you're talking about Tariq asking for 60,000. He's not going to get that on anybody else's platform, but on like a Joe Rogan or a Pierce Morgan or a what's his name? Hold on, man. My phone's about to die. I gotta put some. I gotta grab this. I should have been put the thing. Hold on. All right, we're gonna see if it's gonna last when we're on the charger like that. If not, it's gonna die out. I got it on the charger. It's at 4%. But yeah, that's where it's really gonna gain traction. Or you know what else?
What?
If you want to be friendly, if you want to keep it, I mean, I don't see Shannon Sharp doing a good job, but Club 𝗖𝗁𝗂𝘁. I don't really see him doing a good job, and that's not really his lane. You talking about platforms, or better yet, you wanna know what's even better? Stephen A. Smith.
Oh hell no.
Stephen A. Smith.
I no that I'm sorry that's that boy falling up under the COON as far as they can go.
But again, it's about
You're just talking about these.
It's
but
about
see again,
destroying Myron in a bit. I mean, listen, if Tariq battles Myron Gaines, he needs to just destroy him so he can never come back again. He needs to squash him like a bug. And what better to do is on a platform so big, so mainstream, that it goes so viral that it breaks the internet. It'll be bigger than King Williams. It'll be bigger.
I would only say this: it is having watched what he did.
How else you gonna ask for 60,000? He wants 60. You know,
But no,
Tariq,
let me say it like this. Honestly, when he went on their show, Fresh and Fit, and he told that aspirations up, and he lit them up then. When he went up there and did that, it
he
was a
didn't go on
no
that show.
contest.
Yeah, it
What
was
I'm
no
seeing
contest.
them, no, he went on there and gave them you got the first one free. That's what you're supposed to do, right? The
He
first
cut him
one
up.
free.
He cut
And
him up the
now,
first one. He
so
cut him up.
whether or not the only people who at this point in time, in it comes to that, who would benefit would primarily be Myron. So yes, Tyreek would want to get paid, but the beneficiary would primarily be Myron, and that's why he ended up getting on Pierce Morgan.
Not if he decapitates, and not if he takes him out. Not if he squashes him
Again,
like a
you
bug.
don't think Pierce and his team knew that Tariq had already feasted on Myron? You
No,
don't think they knew that?
listen. I think everybody knows. I think the reason why he was on there, he was supposed to be the quote unquote second black token black guy on there who's gonna be for. If you look at the lineup, he had one white woman that was against that was against, and he had one white woman that was for. He had one black man that was against, and then supposedly Myron Gaines is supposed to be the other black man, but we know he's not a. He called himself an African American. The definition of African American. I mean, he called himself the original black man on the Pierce show, which we know he's a temp. So
Right. Because they
that's
gonna
how
let him get away with that.
Myron
And
Gaines
even
is
old boy
seen.
let him get away with it.
Myron Gaines is seen as the other black guy in the room, the black guy that's going to be with the agenda, and then you have the Democratic pundit, which is supposed to be liberal. You know what I'm saying? You have the Democratic white tea, and then you have the staunch, fat. I mean, that's how
I
he said.
generally see his panels as being uneven.
Well, that was pretty even. His panel was. I mean, he had Myron Gaines was the racist, and he had the
I
other
said
white.
generally. In this case,
He
yes.
lined them up.
He
He
there,
lined them
there
up.
may have been a little bit slightly more level playing field, but usually his panels are uneven in my position.
And then he set it up to where he was the good guy. You see how Pierce Morgan did that?
Yeah, exactly.
I ain't never heard Pierce
And
Morgan talk like that. Jesus, I ain't never heard Pierce Morgan talk like that. I was like, is this Pierce Morgan? I asked my wife, like, is this Pierce Morgan? Like, who is this talking like this?
yeah, see, I can't give him no love like that, man. I can't. I can listen to you, but I'm not giving you no hype. I'm not giving you no love. I'm not giving you no praise. You're not getting no fuel. You're not getting no wind beneath your wings over here. Okay? You want to get some wind beneath your wings? You gonna meet me where I'm at. I'm not gonna come meet you where you at on your terms and end up making you look good. Cause now that doesn't help me. That's the only thing it's done is made your platform grow up. Hasn't really benefited me.
I think if Tariq wants that 60,000, which he probably don't, because that's probably why he's making it 60,000 because he know they can't pay. I think if he wants that 60,000, platform like Joe Rogan, Pierce Morgan,
Yeah, I can see that.
and they
I
go
get that
and
other cats get perks and set up, so you doggone Skippy.
yeah,
My time is valuable, particularly if you gonna want me to punch on Myron. Okay.
and initially he said 50,000. He said just because Myron mentioned his name again, it's another 10,000. He mentioned his name on Pierce Morgan. Now you know how many people are looking up who don't know who Tariq is looking up that name just because Myron mentioned it on the Pierce Morgan show.
I'd say a few more.
I, a lot, a lot, a
I'd
lot,
say
a
a
lot
few
more than
more.
a few. A lot more than a few. They were like,
I don't think they're paying attention to it, honestly. Again, I think when they started listening to Myron talk, they toned him out and just said he's another Jason Whitlock. He already on our side, so a few cats may have picked up what he said, but I wouldn't put a whole lot of them suckers in that basket.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I just think it's interesting, man. I just think it's interesting, and I think it would only make more sense for him to do it. I mean, it's going. I mean, it's one thing. It's one thing to get somebody neutral, but when you go into enemy lines and you smack everybody up and you put it down. I mean, Tariq gonna have to go in there and put it down. Like, I mean, cut the snake off at the head. I mean, if he does that on a
But
big
that
stage,
all depends on Morgan giving him a fair enough opportunity to
true, true,
express himself, and he has a tendency, to
true,
jump in and
true,
try and derange the subject quick, fast, in a hurry when he see he's losing specifically.
true. Very true. Very, very. You're right about that. Very, very
That's what
true.
I'm saying, man. I couldn't. That's why I can't
So you know what?
get.
Joe Rogan would be the best place for him then, because Joe Rogan's gonna let you talk.
Yeah, my only issue with Rogan is you're right. Too many cats who are conspiracy theorists flock to him.
Yeah,
And when it comes to Tariq and speaking on reparations, that is not a conspiracy theory. Okay?
it's
And I don't
not.
want those two
Well, what
equated
about
in that regard.
Tucker Carlson? Tucker Carlson will let you speak too.
I did think about that. I might prefer him, and I'm no Tucker Carlson,
I'm not a Tucker Carlson fan
Tyson,
either.
Tyson family heir coming out here espousing, wait a minute, this ultra 1% guy, this 0.0001% guy out here trying to act like he's a common man. Don't know.
Tucker Carlson will let you speak. Well, we know it can't be Candace Owens, even though that'll be
Well,
interesting.
no. I'm gonna say this again. That girl is a broken clock. She right twice a damn day, and it's all by
But
accident.
but
Okay.
but
No, I cannot accept her back into the fold, bro. There's nothing about her
it's
that
not
she getting
about
back.
accepting
Nope.
it. It's not about accepting it back into the fold. It's about the slicing and the dicing. It's about listen. If you gonna cut the snake head off, you got to go over there
This
into
shit.
you got to go into the you got to go into the snake den to do it, and
Yeah,
you
but
got to
see, I
collect
would
the
just say this:
you got to
Tariq is
you said
bigger
two
than
for one.
Candace, so it would that wouldn't be
Well,
going into.
no, Candace is bigger than Tariq, sir.
No, she lost all that when she lost all her
No,
backing.
no. Candace is bigger than Tariq, sir. Go look at her numbers right now.
No, nope, because I don't want to get accidentally counted on her
No,
poll toe.
it's not about that. It's just but if you go look, Candace is bigger than Tariq. If you go on her, if you go into the snake layer and you start slicing and dicing, you come back with a new name at that. He ain't gonna be called Tariq no more. After that, he's gonna be known as man. The this dude, Myron Gaines. Let's keep it about Myron Gaines is a nobody. He's really a nobody.
Right.
Trying to be somebody. So it's not really nothing for him to slice Myron Gaines up. It's not really nothing to slice up Nick Fuentes and all his buddies. It's nothing to do that. But you go on a platform like a Tucker Carlson, like a Candace Owens, and you slice and dice them up because they're gonna, even though they're mediating, they're gonna come at you, and you slice them up. It's a wrap.
That's why I would almost probably say, and again, I can't believe I'm saying it. I actually think Tucker Carlson might be the better candidate.
I think it would. I think it would too. I think it would too because Tucker Carlson interviewed Ye, and Ye was able to. Ye was and this was when Ye wasn't he's in and out of his mind sometimes but some people believe there's a method to his madness. I still think he's a prophet. I still think Ye's a prophet. He's like Jeremiah the prophet. You just don't know what he's doing sometimes, but he's just doing stuff. But is there some mental of definitely there's something. Definitely there's something. He's off something. But he was able to sit down and muster up his intellect on the Tucker Carlson show and convince Tucker Carlson. What happens if Tariq comes on to Tucker Carlson and Tucker Carlson is going to hit you with, in his way of his intellect, and then you just see him just
parry and point and that's why I would say
I
Tucker
think
would be a better fit than the other
right,
cats.
right, and what I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think that Tariq is wasting his time slicing and dicing people up, and he needs to start. He needs to get a management team. If he doesn't already have one, he needs to get a management team, and they need to start booking him. We need to see Tariq on a larger
See,
scale.
that means appealing more to the dominant society's aspect of
It's
their
not
narrative.
right. It's not about appealing. It's about making his message so that it can be heard by the dominant. Now, you don't have to appeal to him. Just make it so it can be heard by the. He still can be Tariq, but I think we know what. Listen, we all family when we listen to Tariq. It's so we know what to expect. But we need our voice, we need the foundational Black American voice to get outside of the grassroots and get into excuse me, the dominant society. And he's the most articulate one to take it there. And he has wit, and he's charming, and he's likable, and he looks good on camera. There's so many things. I know we don't have a leader in FBA because we're a lineage, but we need someone to kind of lead the message. And if
No, I'm
anybody
not disagree. I would agree with that. I would.
if anybody has the messaging part down, it's him.
I would actually tell you a panel if we were to go on Pierce Morgan, and this will probably never happen, obviously. But I would say put Tariq and the Black Authority as your two cats for us. And y'all can line up everybody else y'all want. Okay.
No, for real.
That would be my preference in how that would go. Because if I'm gonna have some cats that's going to speak for me, I'm gonna need some cats with some history, some knowledge, some depth, some understanding, and they're going to be able to, work on the fly. And I don't see too many other cats out there that's doing that like they would.
I wonder if Tariq is on right now. Let me check. Let me see if he's on Twitter right now. Let me just check real quick.
Yeah, man. I see. I have a problem supporting entities and forces that work against me or that I believe are working against my best interest. See, when I was down south, I had to. There were moments that I had to actually go into Walmart. But it got to a point where even when I was there, I was like, you know what? I just can't do it no more. I just can't spend another dime in Walmart. And when I look at some of these other cats, I'm adamant about watching where I put my money. I'm adamant about that. I make sure that my stuff, to the best of my ability, isn't going to anybody that's trying to hurt, harm, or endanger me. Now I understand most cats ain't where I'm at. But it is something that I've been monitoring for some time now. So,
Right. Now Tariq is not live right now. He's not live. He is not live right now, but maybe he'll hop on later, or maybe he won't. But yeah, man. I think it's time we start. As the good church folk might say, I think it's time we take the message outside the four corners of the wall. I think it's time that we expand the message. We already got Ryan Coogler's mentioning foundation. I mean, we already got people mentioning foundational Black Americans. Fat Joe. We already got mainstream people. I mean, people know who we are. When you Google foundational Black American, Tariq's website pop up first. I think it's time we get everything outside the family and start getting it out there into. I think if we're really serious about getting reparations, we're gonna need allies, and we need people who are not us to start saying, yeah, we got to get these people some money?
I think we've got to have a stronger foundation before we can start to really attempt to move that side. I think the cement of our foundation, I guess I'll say it like this, hasn't fully hardened enough. Now, is it hardening rapidly? Yes. But I don't think it's hardening enough right now. I think we've got a few more, 2x4s to put up, a little bit more structure to put in place before something like that can get into effect. Simply put, or put it another way, I think we've got another 2 to 3 election cycles before we properly hit that proper sweet spot.
Which election cycle? You mean within this 4 years or out, or you mean you're talking about 8 to 12 years out?
I would say 2, 4, 6. Yeah, 6. The next 3 cycles are going to be defining factors for our community specifically.
Okay.
We're going to have 2 congressional elections and a Senate and a presidency during that time frame. For me, I'm looking at it, if we can't get by 29, for lack of a better way to say it, if we can't get, if the Democrats, I'll say it like that, can't get back in and get the gerrymandered districts reconfigured, then a significant amount of this is for naught. Because those gerrymandered districts are gerrymandered with extreme prejudice. And that's how it is today. This is why we have the idea of a place with very little population having just as much sway as a state with a greater population. They're using land mass more than people. So they got to get that redistricted to its proper, or at least a more fair distribution of the numbers. But that generally is hurt, and what's hurting everything right now. This is why I'm not of the belief that our conservative brothers and sisters think that their particular ideology is mainstream. I don't think it's mainstream in America. I think that when it comes to our societal contracts, I think we're very progressive in our thoughts. But I think when it comes to our dollars, we're very conservative. But watching our dollars doesn't mean that that's the mainstream of who we as Americans are. Yeah, it's important, absolutely. But it's not our primary thing. It's not supposed to be our primary thing. Again, we're supposed to be the light, the shining light on the hill that everybody's trying to get to and make sure they come in and get a better life, right? We can't have that disposition and talk about, the only thing we care about is money. Those two things don't go together.
I'm lost. Are you talking about America?
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it. Money is important, absolutely. This ain't a cheap society and stuff going up every day. But I think socially we're far more progressive, and that's more what we are as Americans than conservative in our social contracts.
Okay. Now I follow. Yeah. I can agree with that to a certain extent. I can agree with that. I can agree that we are more. I would say other people are a lot more middle of the road than they are on the internet. I'll say that. I think the internet can be extreme, but I think in real life we're a lot more middle of the road.
Agreed. That's why I said that. I'm financially conservative for sure.
Yeah, I got you. What's up, user? User 22. 7041. Did you request up here? All right, brother. I'm gonna drop you down. You can request back up if you really trying to request up here. St.
St.
John.
John. Yeah.
St. John. St. John.
Greetings.
Greetings. How are you, sir?
Doing excellent. How you guys doing, man?
Not too bad.
Well, and yourself.
You
What's
requested
on
up?
your mind, man?
What's on your mind, brother?
Actually, I didn't request it up. I mean, you guys brought me up. You know, I've been listening to your live ever since you kind of started. You know, I'm not actually down with the MBA, you know, ideology, but you know, a lot of different topics that you guys is elaborating on is very
Where
fascinating, you know, when it comes to,
are you
you know, the
from?
country and the economy and
Okay.
all that good stuff, you know, it's very important that you guys really stay on that topic because I strongly do believe once, like you said, once you get your own community and your own backyard clean up, the whole world is going to follow you guys. Actually, I'm from the Virgin Islands, you know,
Okay.
and I've been living here in America for almost 40 years. I'm
Okay.
actually stationed in California, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And I'm really, I am impressed with your live, brother,
Thank you. Thank you.
you know, and keep pushing it, man. But, you know, like I said, with the FBA, you know, that's a whole different topic. But you guys getting it together, though. I'm so glad, you know, black brothers and sisters in America is waking up. I'm waiting for this day, man, because, you know, you guys been through so much abuse, you know. You know, I mean, I'm looking at the whole Americas, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's about time, you know, we start paying attention and really start doing something about this, man, because if we don't, there's no future for Black America, man. If you guys don't start doing something now about you guys' future and your legacy and your family and everything, there's no future for Black America, man.
I can
I
agree.
don't think either of us are going to go that far, but we do hear what you're saying.
No. I can agree with that. I think that when you are complacent, right? That's when things happen that you don't see coming. And I think the fact that we're not complacent, that we have to be on our toes, that we have to pay attention, that we got to be hustling. I think that's when we shine, man. And I think the Trump presidency, as polarizing as it's like he's waking people up. He's waking the black population up and saying, listen, if we don't take care of this, who will? No one will. If we don't put a gate around our if we don't put a gate around our culture and protect it, everybody's going to come in and take it. And we've been watching this happen because we've been so complacent and we've been wanting to believe that, hey, man, it's all kumbaya. Everybody, we love everybody, but we're finding out that those same people don't necessarily have that same feeling that we have. So now that we're waking up, it's like we're forced to get on code. We're forced to work with each other. We're forced to consider our brothers more. Not that we wasn't, but we're forced to consider them more now. So I can agree a little bit with what he said. If we stay complacent, we're gonna get erased. And if we don't think like that, if we're so naive to think that we can't be erased, that's the problem.
Excuse me, too much. Let me explain something to you. I came here to Los Angeles, California in 1986. When I first came here to California, every business that I was looking at was black owned, black based. You know, the liquor stores, the laundromats, the fish markets. You name it, you go down the line, and it was pretty much owned by blacks, even down to the telephone pole workers. The majority of the workers in Los Angeles City was black. Now today, you can't find one black in one position, man. That's sad. And the blacks that they're bringing in is not even native to this land. It's not even indigenous to this land. They're bringing in foreign blacks to have you guys' best interests. And
Well, you gotta remember, brother, that period of time saw the greatest shutdown of manufacturing or blue collar work in the black community. So those homeowners, those small businesses, simply put, I want to say that their main income got cut out. And the business itself didn't appear to be able to keep up with the tax market that was going on for so many of us in our communities. But in short, we lost so much from manufacturing in our community. That stability, that financial base that we lost, that still hasn't properly been replaced. And I don't know if you ever seen that movie Bullworth, but Halle Berry's got a line that she's speaking in there when she's talking to Bullworth about what happens when our middle income economic base gets destroyed. And this is quite literally where we are right now.
Absolutely.
So again, getting our house together, getting ours floor solid, getting those 2x4s up, that's most important. And cats and kittens are coming into it.
So you know, understand what that Trump trying to bring manufacturing back is a good thing for the black community.
See, I think the idea of manufacturing as an answer is short-sighted to a degree because there are too many buildings that have to be refurbished. There are too many things that are going to have to be redone in order to get these factories back over here to get up.
Isn't that a good thing? That's going to create jobs. Somebody has to do the refurbishing.
Yes, but historically, it's never been us. Those contracts aren't going to our people. We may get 5% of that pot, and that's it. That's generally how it always works out.
We may get 10% because he's doing the mass deportation as well. You got to understand, Trump is getting rid of deporting a bunch of people, and he's trying to bring manufacturing back.
See, if he's literally not charging the New York Upper East Siders with their illegal or their undocumented workers, if he's not going after them, because these are the ones who are the real vicious culprits in this. Okay?
You think he's not?
I don't think you see any of them coming out and being taken away in handcuffs and guided anywhere. I think those workers are suffering, but I don't think those employees or employers are suffering at all.
Well, who are them employers going to get to be employees if he deport all the employees?
How is their employer being hurt by them being deported? How is that hurting them?
Cheap labor is gone.
Okay, so they're going to have to pay a slightly higher fee for their care. However, they've already got the means to do this, so they're not hurting by having to pay a slightly higher fee. They're not hurting. They're not being punished, is my point.
Okay, why do they have to be punished
because they were committing a crime by hiring illegal people or undocumented people to do these jobs.
Okay, you punish them, and who's going to come in and replace them?
Would you come in and replace who?
The employers. You got to punish them, right?
They got machinery now.
Well, in this regard, we're talking about domestic help. But if you want to talk about how they're moving it to other areas and fashions, yes, they should be punished too. I know a corporation, they had plenty of cats coming in on their night shift who were undocumented, hadn't been here too long, didn't know the language, but they in here sweeping and mopping these floors.
So what about Sony, or not Sony? What is it? Okay. Honda.
Don't give up too many names, man, because that's how you get kicked. Okay.
Okay. So what about them? What about foreign entities who are coming in here to build a facility and hire workers, 50,000 workers? What about them? That's going to help out. Who do you think is going to get those jobs? Especially if we're deporting all the illegal stuff out of here. We have
Again, I understand that we might have an uptick in cats businesses getting some contracts, but if they're going to go back and try and do what they're supposed to do, and for every one dominant society business that gets a contract, there's supposed to be a black business that gets a contract, or 50-50, that still's not going to happen. I'll go as high and giving it, if they were to do it and kick it up to 20% of the pot, it still means that 80% of that pot we didn't get, okay, and we were cut out of. And it's that aspect that we have to make sure that we put significant dents in.
Right, and I think we're focusing on the negative and not on the positive. I think we got to focus on the positive. We got to gain that ground, and after we gain that ground, then we try to gain more ground. So we got to gain that ground first. We can't say give me 80% of the business right now. We can't do that. But we can say give me 20%. We can take another 20% on our own, and now we got 40%. And then we can say, we're not satisfied with 40%. Let's take 20 more percent, and now we got 60%. I think we go that route instead of just saying give me the whole pot.
I agree. First off, I don't think we have the number of cats and kittens in our community who would be prepared to handle those complicated jobs, for lack of a better way to say it.
First of all, every job got on-the-job training, sir. Every job. So
yes, but see, you're talking about jobs. I'm talking about businesses.
Businesses too. What are you talking about?
Okay, let me say it like this. If I'm going out here and I want to put a bid in so I can get on some of this road contract material that's coming up. But if I don't have the material, if I don't have the manpower, I'm not in a position to be able to do that. Now, when it comes to on-the-job training, I do not expect a novice to go out here and say, I'm suddenly going to go out here and lay 100 miles of road for the country. No, you're going to have had some experience in the field in order to go up here and do it. And my position is the number of cats in our community who could go out here and have that skill set to be able to do that, that number might go up.
How long do you think it takes to learn that?
I really couldn't speculate it because, from my understanding,
I don't think it takes that long, brother. I think
varying states have varying rules.
Right, but I don't think it takes that long. I think if you give a brother a job and an opportunity and proper training, he's gonna figure it out.
I don't think it takes
I
more
agree with that, absolutely.
But so when you're understanding getting those contracts, you put those proposals are at least 1 or 2 years out, maybe even more, 5 years. So you got time to train. You got time to train. That RFP goes out.
I just don't see it as a doom and gloom all the time, cousin. I just see things like, you know what, man, give our people an opportunity, and we're gonna figure it out.
I wholeheartely believe and agree with that.
That's what I believe, man. I can't waste my time looking at the problem. I gotta become the solution. So whatever I need to be, that's what I'm gonna be. That's how I see it. I can't see it no other way. You give me an opportunity, I'm gonna shine. I'm gonna find a way. I'm gonna pray the ancestors. I'm gonna wake up early. I'm gonna figure it out because this is an opportunity. And I got millions of other people like me who are trying to get in the door, so I can't let them down. So I got to make sure I'm on my P's and my Q's. I'm on my square because I know I got people looking at me, and they gonna come in based on how I come in. That's how I see it.
And
I can't waste my time by looking at all the obstacles. You know, there's always going to be obstacles. There's always going to be problems. But guess what? We are a people that solve problems. That's what we do.
hmm
Agreed and accepted.
That's what we do.
and we'll move around for that money, because those big contracts they have big traveling groups that come through from different parts of the country to go, just for the job.
And you know what else, cousin? You want to know what else, cousin?
What?
You pay us good. I'm gonna tell you, some of our women gonna try to take those jobs.
Absolutely.
If they find out it's $100,000, you think they not gonna try to learn? You got machines that do this? How you run it? How you work it?
Look at like the
I would agree. I would agree that there would be some of our. Well, see, this is okay
right now, brother.
Yeah, and this is when the old man in me come out. Okay, I'm not necessarily gonna say she's wrong for taking that job.
Okay. Can you tell her?
But I would really prefer to not have our women doing those jobs. I'm not trying to be saying that they're not capable of doing it. I'm not saying that at all. But it would be my preference to keep my baby soft and sundressed rather than
But you put enough money out there.
I get that part. That's a given. Now, of course, everybody gonna do what they need to do in order to make that success button.
Look at General Motors, brother. It was ran by men and women. Men and women working at General Motors, sir, because they had it was money.
Wait a minute, cousin.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you were dating yourself with okay. You said your season.
Yeah, I'm a little bit old. Yeah, yeah.
Your season. Okay, do you remember
you still ain't cammed up on each other. You still ain't cammed up.
Remember that commercial? I can bring home the bacon fried up in the pan.
Fried up in the pan, yes, yes, of course.
Look, you know how we gonna do it. That's it. That's all.
And again, I didn't say not. I didn't say not capable. I did not say that in any way, now, sister. I know that you all can do it. It is the male in me that would prefer for my sisters to be, for lack of a better way to say this, as dainty and ladylike as possible.
I agree.
That would be my preference. I get it. It ain't everybody's thing, and I'm not trying to make it everybody's thing. But again, I ain't trying to have you out here on the oil rig with me.
I agree, but here's the thing: if you dangle that carrot and there's some money there's some real opportunity on that carrot, you already know what's going to happen.
Hey, listen, there were a few women I saw ice road truckers. I get it. Okay.
You can look on TikTok right now and see black girl truckers in Houston. They just as pretty as all can get out. They
remember that one that got in trouble in Dubai? She was so pretty she got in trouble in Dubai.
I didn't see that. But they have the hair whipped, the makeup be flawless. Right there driving on U.S. soil, driving trucks, them big old 18-wheelers.
She was making money driving. She took her butt over there to Dubai. She started cussing out the people in Dubai. They put her in jail, and then they deported her back. I think it was Trump that got her back home. They put her butt in jail. Okay? They said, you cannot.
Yeah, I recall it. I do recall. Yeah, but see, my thing is, I don't understand that when it comes to certain Americans when you go overseas and y'all decide to show y'all natural ass on non-American soil.
Hey, they gonna do it. They gonna have to learn the hard way. They just gonna have to learn the hard way.
It just don't make no sense to me. Didn't you just speak of the caning that happened? You just remember the caning that I'm not fit to get caned in another damn country. What the?
Listen. That's what us brothers we try to be like. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that out here.
Right.
And they go do it anyway. But that's how they learn. And then they bring their butt back and they realize, hey, I ain't going back over there no more.
You can't go back over that no more. But anyway, yeah.
But it is what it is. All I'm saying is, you know what's going to happen. Give us the opportunity, and we gonna shine. Man. Just give us the opportunity. We gonna figure it out. We have to. We got too much riding on this. So all I'm saying is, as much as we can sit here and complain, we got tariffs. We got no. He's trying to abolish the IRS, and we worried about a sales tax.
I can
And
okay.
he's trying to abolish income tax, and we worried about. Oh, but the sales tax is gonna be higher now. All the goods is gonna be 30%. But he's trying to abolish income tax.
That's
How
crazy.
would we pay for our military at that
Uh
point?
oh. Uh-oh. You think our income tax just go all in the military?
I'm
It
just
don't.
asking, how is our military going to get paid for then?
If our tariffs are bringing in $2 billion a day, sir, I think we're going to figure it out.
So the idea is that this outside money from these other foreign nations are going to support America's military industrial complex?
You don't think it's possible?
I
Why
think I would rather not buy your product or sell your product rather than fund your military.
Well, then buy American. You have that right. Buy American.
I mean, I think we should pull out
Countries
of
are going to want to plug into our economy. They're going to want it. At the end of the day, every country is going to want to plug into our economy because our economy is booming. So guess what? They're going to pay those tariffs.
I mean, it's an easy way to solve that. Call all our people home. Call them all.
Yeah,
Let
we
them
can't
people
do that
in
because
their own
We
country.
can't do that, sweet. We can't do that. That is the point. We can't do
we can't do that.
that.
I hear you, but we can't do that because if we do that, we won't be a superpower no more. Okay, but what we can do is get them tariffs brackets, right, and get everybody used to paying reciprocal tariffs at 25% across the board, making it even. We're going to have to adjust to a new standard of living, but we're going to have more money to adjust with. An extra $14,000 in your pocket every year. I think that's a good start. Extra 14,000. That's an extra $1,000 a month.
I think I'm gonna have to take that dance show for sure. Wait and see approach for that. I'm not giving. No, I'm not going on another. My insurance plan is 2 weeks down the road. Okay, just give me 2 weeks and I'm gonna show you this plan. I can't. I'm not taking that answer and excuse no more. I'm gonna need some real tangible proof before I can accept a statement like that.
Man, listen,
Just saying I said it, so make it so. Nah,
listen,
nah.
listen.
That's really his
If
attitude.
tariffs are bringing in $2 billion a day, we are going to be in a surplus. We won't need to take in all those income taxes. If we do both tariffs and income tax, man, we just downright greedy. Period. You're talking about upheaval. You're talking about man. Let me tell you something, man. It's not going to. It's better that we abolish income tax and just get used to paying a sales tax that we can control because we don't have to buy everything. We don't have to buy everything, and we don't have to buy everything new.
That's true.
It's all true, but that's kind of going against the American way.
Man, we are the American way. We decide what the American way is, not them, not the corporation. We do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We are American. We are the American way, not the way the corporation tries to program us and put us under heavy propaganda and witchcraft. We need to take some of that back. If anything, if we're going to be under the oppression of a corporation, we need to be in a partnership agreement with the corporation. Meaning, we got to have a say so. You want to sit at the table, we got to sit at the table too. We got to be able to make some decisions. We can't just let you make all the decisions.
Too much. Your mic is a little covered up. It's muffled
Can
a
you hear
little
me
bit.
now? We can hear you.
We can hear you. You're
Yeah,
just
that's
muffled a
better.
little bit.
That's much better. Okay, let me bring it over here. But yeah, we can't let them make all the decisions. I think there's an echo too. That's probably what's going on. Somebody got
Are
an
you on
echo.
the charger?
Yeah, I put it on the charger right now.
That might be it. But I have a question for St. John. Are you still up?
Hey, yes, greetings. How you doing, sis?
I'm well. How are you? I have one quick question. Where are you from?
Originally the Virgin Islands.
Okay. I was trying to detect your accent.
Mario, you there, Mario? Mario, are you there? You got these people hitting the button.
But St. John, well, we're trying to figure out Mario, what do you think about the original topic? What was your take on that?
Well, that's a good question because I'm trying to figure out, how is it possible, you guys could still continue dealing with both sides of the same coin. You know, well, my question is first of all, have this country ever really been run by blacks? Just totally, have this country ever been totally run by blacks?
Before, anyway, people got
Did you
here.
say has it?
Many
Right.
Spaniards got here. Not from Mexico, from Spain.
From you guys' perspective or recollection, have this country ever been thriving just by a black society?
Before
You're talking
colonization.
about the United States of America, correct?
You're talking about the Articles of Confederation at this point. You know about the Articles of Confederation, right?
Yeah, I heard about it.
Those were
And
black.
the answer to your question is
Talk
no.
about Iroquois Nation. Those were black.
No, he's talking about the United States of America. He's not talking about.
Well,
Modern
well,
America,
I'm
no.
talking about the landmass. I'm talking about the
Well,
Iroquois
well,
Nation.
well, as far back as you guys can like recall or remember, you know what I'm
Those
saying?
were blacks. Those were blacks. Sir?
Well, the reason why I'm asking this question is, okay, ever since the European came into this country and they set up shop and running this country, why is it you guys consistently vote for these type of people, knowing that these type of people is what really keeping you down? And it's better if you create your own economical base and your own system and separate yourself. And I believe if you guys continue voting for both sides of the same coin, you may end up getting the same results, and it's nothing too much going to change. I mean,
Well, we're in the process of doing that now. I think we've been under a bunch of. I think again we've been under heavy propaganda and witchcraft for the last 60 years.
It's been more than 60 years, brother, to tell you the truth.
Okay, maybe more than that, but I would say at least 60 years.
No, brother, we've been under heavy propaganda since WW1.
Okay,
When we as a people decided that we were going to try and show the dominant society that we were going to be a vibrant, active part of this nation,
correct.
that's when we fell up under the spell.
Right. So I think that we're coming out of that spell. I think we're happy with our skin. I think we're proud to be black. We're proud to be foundationally black. We're proud to be an American, and we don't care.
I totally agree with you.
We're not trying to be YT. We're comfortable being who we are, and I think the moment we start saying to ourselves, now that we're comfortable being who we are, we start doing for self. We start doing for ourselves instead of trying to prove ourselves. We start doing for ourselves, and I think that's all it is. It's just a switch. We've been proving ourselves. Now we need to withdraw. I think we need to withdraw from the Olympics and make a statement.
Absolutely.
I think we
100%.
I think we need to show people that, hey, without us, it's not the same. And we don't want to prove to you that we can do it anymore. We want to do for ourselves now. And I think we need to come out of, this may sound radical, but I think we need to come out of sports and entertainment because we don't need those things anymore. We don't need sports and entertainment anymore. We don't need to dominate in those things anymore because that's just us proving a point.
Absolutely.
We need to get into STEM. We need to get heavy into STEM, and we need to get heavy into our spirituality. Right? We need to come out of that religion. We need to come out of Christianity, come out of all that stuff that doesn't serve us but serves them. And we need to get into our own spirituality, into our own space, and into doing for self, into saying, hey, brother, you start that business over there, I'm going to support it. Hold on, there's a bunch of noise in the background. I got to mute you up. Is that you? I'm sorry, I might have muted your cousin. I thought, yeah, that was you. Okay, so we have to get into the fact that we got to do for selves. Like if that brother over there started his business, I think it's you, Monique. Let me mute you up. Yeah, there you go. That's what it was. Okay. So I think we got to get back into if this brother owns a business, we got to have that mindset that, hey, brother, I'm going to support your business, but I'm going to need you to improve. But while you're improving, I'm going to still support your business. That's the point we got to prove now. Instead of proving to the dominant society that we can do this, we can do that. No, now we got to prove to each other that we can support one another in spite of. You might not have all the tools right now, but I know I'm going to help you get all the tools by continuing supporting your business. I need to count on you to get better. I need you to dominate. That's the mindset we got to have.
I would say in all of our major cities right now, I'm not all of them, but quite a few of our major cities right now, we are finding that we have a food desert, and we know that. And several of our cities are now finding that our black brothers and sisters are starting grocery stores.
Come on.
And it's up to us to go and support those grocery stores. Now, is that grocery store going to be on the level of Kroger's or Aldi's? No. And you're wrong for thinking that if you go in there thinking that.
Right.
Okay? But go in there and realize that they're on their way.
Exactly. If we can prove to ourselves that we can adopt that mindset. Listen, we start out slow. I'm gonna mute you up a little bit real quick again, because
I got you.
Yeah. If we come in with that mindset and say, hey man, we're gonna start out slow, but once we start out slow, we're gonna move fast. Once we build that trust, see, you can't have speed without trust. You can't have speed without trust. You got to have trust first, and that's how you get the speed. So once we get that ball up to the top of the mountain, however long and however hard it takes, once we get it up to the top, the momentum is going to take over from there, and it's going to and we're going to gain ground quickly. We're going to lose ground because we have to take a step back to support. We have to support like our lives depended on it, and we got to trust each other that, hey, you are going to improve. You are going to get better. You are going to get the tools necessary to compete with the dominant society and beat them. But before that happens, we have to get the support up first. The support comes first. The trust that the business that we're supporting is going to get better and going to be able to compete, and then we're going to get the speed. And once we get the speed, we're just going to start overtaking people. We're going to overtake people so quickly, so fast. We're going to catch up. Next 20, 30 years, we're going to be right where we're supposed to be, if not further than the dominant society. And that's assuming they don't try to take us out for doing the right thing. But we even have to we even have to make room that they're going to try to sabotage us like they always do. But we have to take advantage of the time that we have right now while they're not paying it. Right now, they're not paying attention to us. This is when we need to make big moves and leapfrog while they're not focusing on us. The moment they start focusing on us, we know what's coming. We know what's coming. We know what's coming. So we have to be ready for that too. So that's what I see. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I can accept that, but what's going on, Free Vibes? You want to add in?
What's it? People requesting up and not saying nothing. Are you there? I don't know what's. Do y'all know what that is?
I just give them time. Ain't no telling what they doing in this moment. Although that's been good enough. So,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but like I said, I don't have all the answers. I know that I don't got all the answers, but I got some. I got some, and I'll give them. You know, I remember like I always go back to when I first started this live. People say, "Oh, you just keep bashing. Why don't you come up with some solutions?" I said, "Okay, I got some solutions." But I knew what was going to happen. The moment I start coming with solutions, that's when people are going to get bored. And it shouldn't be that way. We shouldn't get bored when someone come up with solutions. We should get
well, I
excited.
think we've been trained to be too pessimistic against our own, and again, that would be from that 𝗖𝗂 era. It made us so very distrustful of our own brothers and sisters, our own mothers and fathers. Just made us distrustful of our own community, but we're overcoming it. But again, we've got to do better and get that overcomeness there very fast.
Yeah.
I had to step. I had to step away real quick, but we were talking about the grocery stores and everything. Remember, the other day I was talking about the networks that are already built, are right here on this app, with like the collectively sustainable 20 farm fresh 24/7 app. You can get those groceries and stuff. You know, it's basically vegetables, but there's other things. You know, fruits and vegetables. There's some butchers on there, all that. Getting all that stuff together, and all the clubs and groups that are on here that can get those grocery stores. Now I'm gonna tell you something. You said, are they at the quality of all these? Which isn't even at the quality of Kroger's. But this stuff would be even better because it's local. We don't even know how long that stuff been on them trucks to get to us at the grocery stores that are right down the street.
Oh, and we know what they're doing with that food to make it look fresh now. Did y'all see that thing? They show you what how they dip the food in blood to make it look fresh.
Oh, gross.
Did y'all
No,
see
thank
that?
God. I would not be eating. I would not be eating if I saw that.
We
Oh,
know,
no.
but what I can only say this: when I said we're not going to be on the same level of those stores, I only meant that sometimes our lighting, our business itself might not be on par with those particular chains. Okay.
I and I mean I understand that. I know exactly what you meant as far as the
Okay.
productivity and availability. It maybe not, but what you have is so close to you. You're not gonna need 5 pounds of potatoes. You only need one or two because you're gonna do what you need to do and go and get your food and chill. You come back 2-3 days and get some more if you want to. Or something else. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
It's right. It's close. It's fresh. It's the freshest it's gonna be. They just dug it out the ground one day ago.
Monique, do you have like a fashion? Do you have like a fashion beauty store or something like
Not
that?
no. So yeah, I don't yet. I do
Okay.
not yet. But I was working with my brother with his, which is actually online now. It's
Okay.
13 Ave, and he has a magazine that I'm supposed to be working with. So I kind of do a little bit, and that's 𝗖𝗂𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀𝗀𝗶 Mag,
Okay.
and that's
Okay.
so yeah. Remember, after networking is my thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I be like, yeah, you could do this. This is over here. Like the 40 acres in the mill. I seen that. I seen this. That's my thing. I love
Let me say this
networking.
to you, sister. I encourage your creativeness and your involvement and know that it is appreciated.
Most definitely.
Cause I
And
was
it's
looking at,
not.
I was like, did you change your name too? Did you change your name
Mm-mm.
too?
Nope.
It's always been Neville got it.
Yep.
Okay, I just saw your email right now. That's all.
Yep.
Neville got it. So when is that coming out?
It's the comedic word for gold.
Okay, when is the clothing line coming out?
So my line was supposed to be in the store, and because the physical store closed, I haven't done anything. I just,
You
you
make
know,
this yourself? You make these clothes yourself?
no, it was gonna be the one. He prints and stuff. I would make the
Design?
design, and he would print it.
Okay. Are these like t-shirts, dresses? What are they?
Um, the t-shirts, but I want to get into fabric production and make my own textiles.
We need that.
Absolutely.
We
And
need that.
remember, I also came across a guy that owned the field of cotton. Like he might have sold it by now, but remember that we talked about that a long time ago. And I know there's a black cotton mill somewhere in South. I don't know if it's in Mississippi, Tennessee, somewhere. But there's those kind of things. I know we need to start our own absolutely everything. I mean, we need our own fabrics.
Yeah, we
When you
need
want
our own fabrics, man. Listen, I need somebody in the fabric wear that can do t-shirts. I mean, high-end t-shirts. T-shirts kind of similar to like this material that I'm wearing right here. That's kind of stretchy, but also at the same time durable and,
hmm
and breathable. You
Yeah.
know, I know there's a certain type of cotton that you would buy that gives you that. And
hmm
we need our people who can do that. We need our people who can. We need shoemakers. We're
I mean,
going
we everything we
shoes.
actually already have. We have so many of these. Like there was it was on Facebook several years ago. The whole setup of like athletic shoes. I have a cold and I need water. I was about to call. So I mean, we have all of this stuff. It's a matter of putting the pieces together. And I'm telling you, if you look at
Can
things
we
like,
work on that? Can we work on that? Can you put this stuff together?
I mean, yeah, I can put together. Remember, there was I was sending a lady that was online with you several months ago, who were talking about putting together a black book.
We can we need that. I don't know what happened. We need that.
And see, here's the thing, that's out here too. You know what I mean? Like there are so many things, but the problem is we either don't know or we just aren't willing to collaborate and collect. Because I want to be the inventor of this. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue we got to get over.
That's what's hurting us right now. So here's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter as long as they're in the United States and they can ship
hmm Like
and they
there's
and they can package everything correctly and ship. And I mean food too. I mean, as long as they know how to package, and we got vacuum sealers now. You go get a vacuum sealer.
yeah,
You
exactly.
know what I'm saying? I mean, there's no reason why we should be waiting for somebody to do it in our area when it's in the United States.
Yep. I mean,
I
I
don't
was
care
even
if you know how to make T-shirts. I got designs all day long. I mean, this T-shirt I made myself.
so I can send you ours. Our custom is actually
Uh-oh, we can't hear you no more. You got a phone call.
my phone. My notification came up. Anyway, I can send you a link for that. But there's so many things that we even have luxury handbags. Like there's a designer right here on TikTok. Luxury handbags. Luxury like um designer shoes for women and men. We got fragrance makers. We got jewelry makers. We got like just everything, anything you could possibly think of, any one person
Well,
needs.
let's get this going. Let's get this going. Let's not listen. I'm like this. I don't like to wait
Hmm.
on everybody to get on the same page before we do something. I like to just move and then people get on page when they get on page.
Exactly. Now, as far as like I said, networking. I think there's always big events going on. Okay, like the black rodeos.
Why aren't we having an expo? Why aren't we having like a black expo? What happened to the black expos that we used to have?
We have them, but they're usually specific to one industry.
Region of the. Okay.
We need a national black expo where all of us come together and show us what we do. And we need to network like that because it's regional. I mean, let's be real. Local and regional, it's not really there. But if we come together on a national level, but maybe that's something that we need to do. Maybe that's something that we are called to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We need to do something on a national level and bring our people together that do stuff. That are the hat makers, the t-shirt makers, the shoe makers, the fragrance makers, the gardeners, the farmers. We need to do a national convention, like a national black expo, and we need to get all our people together under one roof, and we need to do that. Somebody said, I don't think.
How about I would kind of try and add this because I thought about this a while ago, and you all remember vaudeville and what it was?
No.
Cats with various actors and performers would get together and go along a particular circuit. No, this was not the mainstream circuit, but it was the poor man's circuit. And you bring your 15 cent, 20 cents, and that time, and come up and watch these cats do their acts, performances, yada yada. This is how we first got into Charlie Chaplin, how we first learned who he was, and so forth and so on. My idea would be not so much of a Motown-like review for the cats and kittens who would like to do this, because they're going to have a venue and places that they can come to so that they can improve their craft and improve their wealth and give us who are going to participate by watching them an opportunity to watch them. But I want to say a modern like Chitlin circuit of performers and performances. And this way our vendors, if they choose to tag along, can tag along with, and basically be a moving set of circumstances that will always be moving in the community. Now, hope I got that almost described right.
So you're just saying we need to have some entertainers at this black expo, is what you're saying, right?
Well, I think that the expo should be moving. It's just not, forget just one place. Don't just have it in one place. Okay, we're going to have it in Detroit. We're going to have it in Chicago. We're going to have it in South Carolina. We're going to have it in Texas. It has to be like that. Because this way, cats and kittens from all over are getting ready to take a bite of it.
I think we need a national one first. I think we need something big first.
So
Where
here's what I was.
everybody comes in and we go to one place and we're from all over the country. Okay, all over the country. And we showcase our talent and our skills and our business, specifically our business.
Isn't that what Essence Fest was?
And we do a black book or green book. Excuse me, do a green book right there on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
We charge everybody 400. You bring your business, you bring your idea, and it's going to be a major networking event. If you have a booth there, and then people are just fly in and rent their own hotels and they do what they got to do, and they come in, and this is going to be for Foundation of Black America, for us to know who's who, so we can say, okay, You do t-shirts, great. I got a boutique over here that I need, because we don't need to go to China. We don't need to go to Italy. We don't need to go to Turkey. We don't need to go to Kobe. We don't need to go to Walmart. We need to become that. You follow what I'm saying? We need to become that. And how are we going to become that if we don't come together as one and know who's who and start doing business? Hey man, how many order the t-shirts can you ship? How many trucks can we fill up with your oranges versus you know what I'm saying? What's the freshness? How can we keep everything fresh? Because you over here in New York and I'm over here in California. How you gonna get your stuff over here because I need it?
And trust me, that's up too. Like there's so many black truckers and black trucker companies, shipping companies, they got that going. And like they have refrigerated trucks, all that stuff, and then you're on national routes. There's that too. That infrastructure is already up. These things are already going. Like I said, the problem is coming together. Now, as far as building that big event and network, it's going to take several days and several weekends. So that might be a festival that's like almost long, like May in Memphis. You know what I'm saying, or something like that. It's going to have to be huge and for a lot of days because there's so much that can take. So many people
A
that.
7-day event. I agree. Let's have a 7-day event.
And so, like hitting up.
Uh-oh. We need you to come on back. There you go.
You go there, you make your connections at that. You make your connections at the rodeo and where they're selling all the livestock. Then there's even the black RV festivals. There's the black camping um festivals. There's all this stuff that's already going on. So if you make your presence there and meet the people that organize it or meet the participants and all that, meet some of them, somebody that wants to rub some elbows, do like the Southwest, do all these different, like you show up there, and people will show up where you're at and participate in what you're doing because you done made some connections already of who's running stuff, who's doing this, who's doing that, and how they got the people there. And then at the same time, you know what? You can talk to all those vendors about taking the FBA money, the coin.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I think that's what we need to do, man. I think we're called to do it. I think everybody here and there listening is called to do it. Called to help. Called to bring it to. I think.
Yep.
I think. Listen, can I say this and not be taken the wrong way, cousin? Don't curse me out for saying this. I think this is more needed than reparations. I think a black.
I love the disclaimer. Don't cuss me out for saying it.
Because right, I'm gonna give you that one because you just.
I think a black business expo and us getting on code. I think reparations is later, it's coming. But I think a black business expo and the Green Book and us doing business with each other across country and locally and nationally and state. I think that's more important. More important. And by the time we get to reparations, we're gonna be so on code. We're gonna be dangerous. Man.
I think we should never take our foot off of our proverbial foot off the throne. But you are correct in saying
we gotta put some focus also on us getting our business class together and get our business class working with each other, and us learning how to do business with one another without problems, because there's gonna be some, but we still gotta work through it.
I think a lot of our problems get overblown.
Of course.
Yeah, because you're right. There are always issues, and everybody has them. But when it comes to our particular issues, particularly from the dominant society's perspective, they overblow what happens in our community in order to make their community feel more at ease in how they would try and bring that controlling hand that they believe they have. So they overblow our issues just for their ease. And so, yeah, I yes, we're gonna have to take care of our stuff. We've got to get some cities, some neighborhoods, some townships that are primarily FBA run and dominated. And they're going to have those businesses come together and work together. But we're going to have to get our own hospitals. We're going to have to bring our doctors in. We're going to have to find our pharmacists. We're going to have to put our plumbers to work. We're going to have to use our electricians. We're going to have to use our HVAC guys and gals. But again, that gets down to having someone in the field and someone who is trusted in the field doing what we know they can do. And making sure and give the proper credit to them and their recommendations so that we can get others to come to them.
Yeah. See, all these things are already in place again. You know what I'm saying? So we got the.
I didn't get a chance to ask about this. What do y'all think about that brother that unalived that police officer for unaliving his son?
Well,
I personally said it on a post like this. I think he's not guilty due to extreme mental distress.
Come on now. Come on now.
The simple fact of the matter is, if I'm a preacher and I come home and I catch my wife in a compromising position, shall I say, and I do the unthinkable to she and her partner, I'm going to get off because I'm not capable mentally of handling this situation. And I'm not trying to be funny, but that was just over some kitty, okay? You took my seed. You don't think that's going to affect my mental capabilities? And anyone who wouldn't see that perspective or that level of understanding, I take great umbrage with you. Okay? I do. Because now, and then again, there's the idea if you if you do something like that to me and mine, I'm gonna have to. Yeah, retribution's coming.
Man, can you blame him? Can you? I mean, right, wrong. If him was supposed to be in a car theft or something like that, and he was running from the police, but after
It
you
wasn't even a car theft, from what I heard. It was they missed a payment on the car, or they were late. But but it was one payment that they were late or behind on, and the car company put out that the car was stolen, but the car itself wasn't stolen.
That's even if that's true. This man, hey, listen.
See, that just increases the mental distress.
Man, one payment. I hope that's true. What you're saying. I hope that's true. What you're saying. I hope that's true. I really do. Because let me tell you something, man. Listen, if you're the father and you see somebody unalive your child, and you know they have they always try to say they have a pew pew, but you know. See now, if he had a pew pew, I mean, listen, we all hear from what the news and what until we know the facts, we know. But here's the thing: too many situations. We know how these police do us. When it comes to us, they beyond lethal force. But to see your son and watch it, They showed it to. They showed the body cam. They showed the footage.
Yeah.
He had to see something like that. Hey man, that wasn't right what he just did to my son. Forget that. Anything. He got to understand that wasn't right. That what he saw. He saw that. Hey man, you didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. See, my thing is this: if you're a police officer and you're out of shape, you can't run, you can't fight. You don't need to be a police officer. If you're not in the best physical shape, if this is a true meritocracy, if you're not in the best physical shape of your life, why are we trusting you in a uniform to go catch a criminal? Because
If you built like a pear, please don't go into law enforcement.
Or you should you know what they should be forced to all go through military what is it, boot camp? And
Yeah.
if they can pass military boot camp, then that's part of them becoming in the military. But you got to be in the shape to pass military. If you can't pass military boot camp and you're a police officer, you don't need to be doing anything because you need to learn how to. That's part of training. Also, you got to learn how to go and get dirty before you go use. The pew pew has to be the last resort, not the first.
Well, let me put it to you like this, because this one hit me a little while ago. You remember in 2006 when the FBI came out with that statement that said most police departments around the nation, around the country, have been infiltrated by the 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀.
Come on.
Was that a warning or was it a call to arms?
My thing is this: why didn't the FBI do something about it? If they
See
know,
what I'm saying?
if they know,
that makes it more of a call to arms than anything.
Why aren't you doing anything about it, FBI? And you know.
See, for me, when the Patriot Act got passed and there were no arrests of 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁 organizations, even back then, they lost me with a lot of this stuff, man. They lost a lot of my faith in their ability to be just and true to what they were espousing to be. Because it really gets down like this. These organizations have been around for some time. You, as a governing force and a new entity with the mandate to spy on your citizenry, and you still can't find none of these hateful somebodies out here spewing all this vitriol. You can't nowhere. You ain't got a word for them nowhere.
I mean, now, Rowan, you're sitting right next to him after Sunday church, after church on Sunday.
You see what I'm saying? No, I cannot accept that anymore. These things don't mesh with what you're selling. You know, you either, because all you're telling to me, and again, I know the first one was the Patriot Act, but then when you look at Citizens United after the Patriot Act, we're spying on you, and businesses, corporations can spend as much money as they want on a politician. Come on, man. Y'all are so far away from what would be an ideal aspect of what America's supposed to be. You sold out every aspect of who the citizenry is for the oligarchy. No,
I agree. But see, that's the thing, man. Who's going to enforce this if we don't? Who's going to push this to make this mandatory if we don't? We need to say, listen, man. If you are a police officer who allow yourself to get out of shape, you got to be off the force.
I mean, first you got to check their mental.
Yeah, mentally.
No, they purposely hiring the bad apples. They really
Right,
are.
right. They are, but they got to pass not only a psychological, but they got to pass a physical too. And we got to know that their last resort is going to be the PQ, not the first resort.
Now, here's a thought, right quick.
Come on up
When
here, DJ.
when Hinton was in court and he came in there, how many of those officers were in there in uniform?
Too many.
Can we say at least 15, 20 of them? Maybe.
30 of them. 30 of them.
I want to be.
And you saw his
I don't want to
family.
be overly, because what I'm really getting at is each one of them cats and kittens that was sitting in that courtroom during that period of time in uniform was getting paid. How much public funding was just sitting in that courtroom?
Mm-hmm.
What type of, again, that's not the best use of our dollars right there now, would you say?
Correct.
'Cause I'm looking at easily $200,000 worth of product just sitting in the courtroom.
Correct.
And that ain't counting the judge. That ain't counting the prosecutor. Okay. That was strictly the police. No, man, that is a horrid waste of money. But I don't believe, or how did that study go? If you combined all of the police forces across the country, north, south, east, and west, and put together their success rate in crime solving, and they have a 2% success rate, but yet and still they get hundreds of millions of dollars a year, billions of dollars across the country a year for a 2% success rate. There's no place else in society where a 2% success rate gets you a raise.
You know that math is. I mean, I do girl math, but that doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
2% of convictions winding up being 7.
Crime solved, not necessarily convictions, because that's no,
Okay, right.
not convictions.
Right.
Crime solved.
That's what you said. Crime solved. How does that translate to a 60 to 70%, maybe 80% convictions and incarcerations of Black people?
Well, because most, in my opinion, I think most Black folks end up copping because they overcharge you to get you to cop to the lesser fee or the lesser crime, and that's how that happens.
But if they're only solving 2 to 3% of the crime, how does that wind up being?
Here's how they think. You know, it's like Los Angeles County. It's like if we don't let some of the criminals go, the budget comes in based on what we do, right? How many of these so-called criminals we catch, how many quotas and things like that. If we reduce that, our budget is reduced. So that's something that we got to change. We got to say you get a flat budget, whether you do or not. It's a flat budget. That's it. Now go out there and fight crime and bring the crime down, and you're not going to get any less or any more onto the budget. And we got to do that.
Unfortunately, that will never happen because of the advances in technology and criminality. To have your law enforcement stuck at one rate of pay or one particular okay, we're gonna have to advance our technology.
I got you, but see, we got to take the pros and the cons because now we have a problem now they need crime to fight. So that means they're going to go make crime happen so they can keep getting the bigger budget, as we would call it. But if we just give them a straight budget all across the board, they don't have to be pressed to go force a crime or force a ticket. You see what I'm saying? So what are we going to do? Are we going to say that's going to never happen, or are we going to say no? We're going to have to accept the good with the bad at this point, and we rather stop this from happening, and we can deal with this happening. We can deal with criminals getting smarter, but we can't deal with police getting police brutalizing us because they need to make money. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no. And
What are we going to do? We could say budget, 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 because that's the same thing the city does, right? They got to work on streets that don't need to be fixed, or else they don't get a budget. But if we just give them a flat budget and say, hey, make this budget work, then we don't got to worry about them destroying the street, or then we don't got to worry about them not destroying the street. So they can be like, look, see, our city needs more budget because look at our streets. Our streets are decaying faster than we thought. No, we need a flat budget all the way across for each department. And that's what you're going to get for the next 10 years. And we'll revisit it after 10 years. Or I don't know, whatever we got to do. But something. We can't do it like every year. If you don't use this budget, you lose this budget. No. We're going to keep you consistently at this budget. And we need to see you maximize. And we got to have checks and balances to make sure you maximize.
see, here's the thing that they did in Michigan several years ago, several decades ago. The governor did away with the mental health care aspect of the state. The state was no longer going to be taking care of the mentally infirmed. Now, that particular department in the governing plan had a budget of X number of dollars. Significant budget, again, taking care of mental patients. What they ended up doing was transferring that budget into law enforcement. See, that's how they end up working around making sure that they always get a raise and get going. Because they will move money to make sure they can get the criminals to get their, should I say, protective arm of the dominant society is properly funded. That's what they want to do with that.
The overseers.
Got to always make sure they got enough on the, yeah. But yeah, they'll cheat and do that stuff. And so, again, the idea of watching these legislatures work across, yeah, I've seen their duplicitous nature for some time now. And to say how disgusted I am with it is, it just, oh. But yeah, they have a lot of work to do to repair the damage that they've done. And right now, they're trying desperately not to repair the damage that they've done. They just want to act like, well, you know, it's just one of them things. We can overlook that, go on to the next thing.
And why I want to say this so bad is like, so when we're talking about this us thing, we gotta leave them in the way they operate out of it, basically. And we build ours up, our security, you know what I mean, from our aspect of how we live and how we, you know, our own culture, and leave what they do straight over there at the pickup site for the rubbish. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we got it. We can't do our thing their way. It never works. Like they try to come into our homes and try to raise our kids the way they call it our, you know what I'm saying? Like we do things this way, y'all do things that way, and you think it can translate over here. It doesn't work like that. It's not culturally, you know, accurate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So, but what I'm gonna do is I know of people been around some politicians also. So I got a couple names. I'm gonna at least one. I'm gonna send to you Too Much, who is actually not a current politician, but is very well versed and has his hands. He worked in a couple
So which
offices.
one of y'all is
Elections.
gonna run? Which one of y'all is gonna run for office? That's what I want to know.
Not me. He said not I said the cat.
Cousin?
We can of course
You know, my faith ain't that strong, brother. I can't. That's all I can tell you.
Y'all breaking my heart right now, man.
I listen, man. I'm
Y'all
just.
don't do it. Who else is gonna do it? Who else is gonna?
I do hear what you're saying,
If good
but
people
given the
don't
amount
start to make
of,
a difference, who are we waiting on to make a difference for? If it's not the good people.
I could not go and sit in there in front of Marjorie Taylor Greene
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes,
act
you can.
like no,
Yes, you can.
no.
Yes, you can.
I'd be too tempted to
If Marcel
not
Dixon, if Marcel
to
Dixon can
be
do it,
as disrespectful as I could.
if Marcel Dixon can do it, you can do it.
what did
I could.
he
You
say?
can do it.
Point of order.
You can too, Monique. You can do it.
Point of order. But
Who else is
remember,
gonna do it?
That woman is a 20-watt light bulb in a 1,000-watt light bulb factory. You hear me? Okay.
Who else is gonna do it? Who else is gonna stand on business? It's not. It's not us. It's not y'all.
see, usually got a couple other ladies up here, and they be checking them. They be checking people coming up here real quick. Boop bop,
Mm-hmm.
one of them.
But guess what? We can't always work with the. We can't always work with the willing. We gotta. I mean, we can't always work with everybody else. We gotta work with who's able. We gotta start with what we got.
But remember when we were having these conversations months ago, whatever job we need, we send people to school to get trained up in the way they need to go. We send them to school. We pay for the school, send them to school, they go and they work.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
every time it's my. I need to put my phone on charge. It's telling me it need power. But we send them to school so they can go do those jobs for us. They work for us because we can pay for their education.
Oh no, this is where I take great umbrage with the black church. Because you ghetto pimp preachers that been out there having a building fund for 15 years, but you ain't had a scholarship fund once. Okay, you ain't sent the neighborhood kid to school once.
No, I mean,
I
first of all,
got issues with you. You've been useless to us.
listen. We shouldn't be sending our kids to school. Period. We need to be homeschooling our kids. We need to be. There's no reason for anybody to go to college. There's so many.
Well, talk about from back in the day. I understand today is different with AI. We can get the knowledge and information, but back then the church sold us out hard and strong.
Listen, there's so much things that we need to be doing as a people. We need to come out of indoctrination and not go back into it. We
It's
need
true.
to we need to get on our square and stand on business. Wherever we at, whether we in office or not in office, we need to all be one accord on that. Listen, man, we all we got. If everybody was unalive today and we were the only three left, what are we gonna do?
Well, I'm definitely growing some vegetables and prepping. One of y'all got to have guards, the guard and security.
Listen, I'm willing to fund y'all. I'm willing to fund. I'm willing to say the FBA coin is going to be there for you guys when you need it. When you need lobbying, when you need funding, when you need political backing, when you need security, it's going to be there for y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But we need able bodies. We need smart people. We need good people. You may make some mistakes, but here, above all, we need loyal people.
That is the one thing that we must have without question or fail. Is loyalty to the FBA lineage to push that FBA agenda.
Listen, you don't got to be. Listen, we need loyalty more than anything. Loyalty first, everything else second after that.
That's how they got Republicans to say no new taxes. That boy went up to every Republican in office and made them sign a pledge.
Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. That's what we need. We need people who are going to stand on business. Man, listen. If we know we can trust you, we're gonna put you in office and we're gonna put the words in your mouth.
Who said what now?
I said if we know we can trust you, we're gonna put you in office, we're gonna put the words in your mouth.
Yeah, so
we gonna give you the words to say. As long as we know we can trust you, we're gonna say here, this is what you can say at this particular time right here.
so it must be Will down there said he always go to trial.
Which Will is this?
Will Noel.
Are you one of them sovereign brothers? Are you one of them
always go to trial? No, I've actually, if he's referring to what I was spoke on earlier about us copping pleas rather than going to trial.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm with him in that regard. No, go to trial. Cost them all the money in the world. Do not cop to a plea. Make them give you.
I'm like this, man. We gotta stand on business, y'all. We gotta do what we gotta do. We can't look at somebody else to do it. And listen, if I would have waited for everybody to get on code, I would have never got this coin done. If I was waiting for everybody to join me and say, hey, I'm gonna help you, I would have never got this coin done, if I'm being honest. Sometimes you have to look at yourself, look around, look left, look right, look all around, and see who's with you, and say, if nobody's with me, I got me.
Yeah.
I'm all about getting things done and getting it done. I wanna move it forward for real. We need more people to say yes than no.
Just for the record, not to rehash this and make it about anything in particular, but looking back at the comments a little while ago, I'm looking at Goddess Vero. Anyway, so like she said, she didn't care what you prefer was her comment.
I think she was talking to you when you think about the women.
Yeah, and I want to make this again clear. I'm not saying that my sisters cannot get out and do these jobs. But the idea of not caring what a man wants, not caring what a man desires about you, wants about you, values on you, that has no meaning to you.
Uh-oh, y'all. Y'all ready for this? This is a troll. Uh-oh.
Come on, Shiloh. Speak your. Yeah. Welcome, children. Look at this little child. Look at this infant. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. He ain't got nothing else to do but be a little infant.
Is that all you got, man? Is that all you got?
I got more.
Listen, man, the white supremacists are out, man.
I told you they always watching and listening to what we saying. Always.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord, look at anything. Listen, this is a win for them. Look at that. Telling a special needs kid and doing what that brother did. That's a win for them. That's how low they're something. That's how low class they are. That's a win for them, y'all. Him coming up here saying that, That's a win for them. That's how low.
Oh, that's as you're right. That's as low class and as
Listen. They
trailer
got
park as it could be.
5 of them and 1 of you is a win. They can't do mano y mano. They got to outnumber you. That's how. Listen, is it our fault that a lot of the white T men have turned feminine? Is it our fault that your hero has to be Daniel Penny, someone who sneaks up behind another special needs kid and unalive them? That's sad. That's very, 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 very sad. And
Sneaking up and doing somebody, yay!
here's another thing. You have to hide behind a troll account and a fake name. But if I remember correctly, there was a hacker on one of these panels one time. And a guy thought he could say he can use the N-word over and over again. And the guy said, "Don't say it again, or I'll find you." He said it over and over again. The guy found found his name, found his address, everything. And the dude said, please don't tell nobody. I'm sorry. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. Please don't tell anybody on me. I didn't know you could find me. You don't know who's on these panels, sir. You don't know who's on these panels that just heard you do what you did and hacked your account already and got all your information.
I call it CBS, bro.
Where you live.
I call it CBS.
What job you have. And I can guarantee there's not going to be a go send me to bail you out. And that's why we got to put a stop. Listen, that brings me to another thing, y'all. I'm in the process. See, I got so many projects I'm working on. I gotta pick and choose one. But I'm working on another project called Uplift FBA. It's going to be a crowdfunding platform for us. So we don't have to worry about GoFundMe or anything like that. We got our own crowdfunding platform, and it's going to be connected to the blockchain, so it's decentralized. So they can't tell us, "Hey, shut it down," or "You can't do this," or "You can't do that." It's going to be a crowdfunding site that is allowable by SEC without being overshot by the SEC and FINRA. And I'm working on that right now.
Yep. Oh, I dig that. And so I just sent you a profile to check out. Check out when you got some free time. I mean, there's so many things. Like another thing we probably need to look into is when we recognize that somebody does need help. We just offer them offer them something. So they aren't going outside of the community seeking these things and have to jump through hoops and tumble and roll.
I just think it's so sad that they make these white supremacists make themselves look low class and just it's sad that you gotta think that's a win, that you think that is doing anything. You know what? I would have left you up here if they wasn't going to take down the platform by leaving you up here. Because eventually we would
computer brave syndrome.
But if we was on Twitter, I would have let you stay up here and do that whole little troll routine until you got tired. So, just so that people can see, like, this is the patheticness. This white supremacy used to be about something. Now it's about
mockery.
It's like
I can hurt your feelings more than you can hurt mine.
It's gotten childish. Hasn't it got childish? Like, what happened to the force and the terror and the psychologicalness about it and the psychological? What happened to the terrorizing where we were so afraid? Now it's to the point where we're like, it's another troll, just another.
Right. They know. Well, that level of violence that used to be there that they could rely on. Yeah, see, when they lost that, they lost any sense of being able to run and act like they have control.
It's like they don't even have. They don't. It's like wow, wow, wow. You mean what happened to the
But
ones where they used to have us on the tree, and then y'all be holding our manhood in your hand, and you'd be like all hard, like yeah, 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 and it's like 20 of y'all and 3 of us hanging, and y'all just thought
that's
y'all was
that's all they could do. They
you know what
had
I'm
to,
saying? It's like it's so sad. It's so sad. It really is so sad. And then they want us to feel sorry about some Boers in South Africa. Really?
you want me to feel sorry about a cop that got ran over.
Hey, exactly. You want me to feel sorry about a policeman that got because somebody decided I want my lick back today, not tomorrow. Really?
Yeah, no.
It's not gonna
I
happen.
had to tell you like Major Payne. You want my sympathy? You gotta look in the dictionary. It's between shit and syphilis. Okay.
Come on, man. It's so sad. It's so sad. Listen, it's so sad that they gotta have a non-YT defend. You gotta have a Myron Gaines defend whiteness. That's how
But
low.
again, that's all expected
Have a
though.
Nick, y'all gotta have a Nick Fuentes who is a Hispanic defend YT, and they say it. You got non-YT people defending YT supremacy more than the YT people themselves.
And it's non-foundational white Americans, right? Non-FWAs. Okay.
They're not foundational to anything. Anywhere on the planet they can't even claim to be foundational. They have listen. If you need a labor force to do everything for you, you don't deserve anything. You don't deserve any credit for anything. The labor force deserves all the credit. If without them you couldn't exist, man, get out of here. Get out of here, man. I mean, it's sad. It's just sad. Man. It's just sad that this is what the future of YT supremacy has evolved into. It's really
I'm
sad.
just looking forward to its end and demise. But that being said, brother, it's almost 3:30 for me.
Yeah, I'm about to get
So
my butt in the bed myself. I'm about to retire and take a nap or whatever. Pretty much it's gonna be a nap because I don't really sleep. Man, I got too much back problems to be sleeping. Well, I'll be back
I'm
up
just
in
waiting on the aliens to come pick us up. But anyway,
yeah.
Monique, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for spending some time with us and sharing a few words.
Same.
Monique, thank you for coming up, cousin. Thank you for coming up, man. We got to get together and we got to do something, man. We got to strategize for our people.
Absolutely.
We got to do
So
something.
I'm gonna, yeah. We just one day gotta get to. So we gotta figure out another communication method because we see what just happened when we're trying to have an open conversation about elevating our.
I got a Discord. I got a Discord.
Okay.
Like I said,
Go on and drop me, bro. We can keep you live.
All
Keep it
right.
as
We'll
low as
see you,
possible.
cousin.
we'll see, cousin. I got a Discord. Cousin's in my Discord. Even though he don't come by no more. He's in my Discord.
I opened the account, but I'm not connected with anyone. Oh, but
Let's
yeah,
get
we can figure it out.
let's strategize, man. Let's do something great for our people. That's what I'm about. Let's do something great for our people. We just need to build. If we build it, they will come. I think we should put on a national Black Expo that where we invite 40 acres and a mule. We get nothing but people. We get some fantastic people.
Yeah, conferences and a lot of
We could
conferences
still
and
talk about
workshops.
reparations. We could still talk about reparations and things like that. But we
Yeah,
need
the
to also,
conversation is gonna always take place.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
reparations can always be talked about at these things. But we need to talk about us working together and forming syndicates. We need to form a syndicate of a business network where we support each other outside the dominant society. So we don't no longer have to depend on the dominant society, but we depend on us.
Absolutely.
So let's get together. Hit me in the inbox. Let's make something happen. I'll shoot over my Discord to you and everything like that. and let's try to build people outside the app to come talk over there, and let's try to strategize. Let's do something real.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'm gonna send you that politician's or that ex-politician's name also.
Okay, yeah, send me his name, and man, let's try to do something.
He talks a lot about the same, those actually two subjects, FBA and reparations. So yeah.
Let's do it.
All right. Well, we'll see you soon.
All right, everybody, y'all take care. Don't forget the FBAcoin.org. Go check that out. Also, if you like real music with a real message, go check out Too Much Moxie with 3 O's, COOO Much Moxie on Spotify right now. Stream all my music. I got a wide variety. You'd be surprised what you might hear on that Spotify from your boy. And then also, if you guys want to learn how to make money just using your cell phone, I'm gonna start opening up teaching courses. I'm an AI prompt engineer. I want to give y'all the game. I want to show y'all how to get your business off the ground in 2025. You don't need to go to school for nothing. You can learn everything now and start building your empire right now. So hit me up in the inbox. If you do that, I'll send you a free ebook that'll get you on the right path. So holla at your boy. We out. Peace out, everybody.